Hey guys, super excited to share the latest addition to the FlutterFlow marketplace. Check out Taskmaster, a first of its kind, full-featured app for service marketplaces. So this isn't just any template. It's a real app that's been used in production with over 50,000 downloads. The template itself is pretty wild. There are actually 3 separate apps included with it. It comes with 207 components, 171 pages, 127 pieces of custom code, and 26 cloud functions. So it's pretty much a full ecosystem. Let's talk about features. It's got everything you need: live chat, payment integration, expense and revenue tracking, localization, and more. Everything is built in FlutterFlow, so you can easily customize the colors, content, behavior, and more to fit your needs. Plus, the creator, FlutterFlow Nights, is offering hands-on support and super detailed documentation to help you get up and running. And here's the best part. We have a special promo running right now. You get $200 in free FlutterFlow Pro credits automatically when you purchase any template priced at $1,500 or more. So don't miss out. Check out Taskmaster on the FlutterFlow marketplace and get started building your own service marketplace. please welcome to the stage, Puff.
This is so good. I told people to be loud, and guess what? That worked. Welcome, everyone, to the 2024 edition of the FlutterFlow Developers Conference. Who's excited to be here? Honestly, at this stage, I would be impressed if you're not excited, because look at the history that we have going on around us, right? We're in the time center here, right in the heart of New York City. So much magic has happened here. We're going to try and redo that today. Who's ready for some demos? Who's ready to learn new things about FlutterFlow? That's definitely on my list, by the way. This is my first time being at FFDC. Can you believe that? Raise your hand if this is your first FFDC. Oh, thank goodness, I'm not the only one. I was very worried for a moment. That also means, wait, hold on. Raise your hand if this is your second FFDC. Nice. Now, who didn't raise their hand? Has the staff been taking notes? Because I want to know what other event you went through that I didn't know about. So this is the second time that we're doing this event, and we're so happy to have you all here. It's a bit bigger than we did it last year, because guess what? FlutterFlow has grown and improved so much. We're going to do this a lot, by the way, the raising and showing of hands. It's a very common trick, because it means that you're paying attention, and that's important. So, okay. There's 4 cameras here, and they told me I can't figure out which one is live. But aside, in addition to the people that we have here, we have people on the live stream. And you know, I'm going to wave at every camera in turn. Hi, folks on the live stream. Thank you for, there you are. Thank you for joining us here. It's so amazing to have you here. So we have hundreds of people here and thousands across the world that are streaming right now. That's so cool. You're getting the best seats in the house, though. You know that, right? By the way, there is still some space at the front, so just move forward. Like, no concerns there. I won't be offended if you walk during my speaking. Okay, who downloaded the app? Cool. Did everyone already answer the first trivia question? I did. I got that one right, by the way. Like, I was very proud. Then I wasn't the winner, so I filed a bug immediately with Cliff. Like, something is wrong. How can I not be on the top of the leaderboard because I got the question right? Makes no sense. For the people on the live stream, we're also going to play some trivia during the halftime show. So be sure to stay tuned while everyone here is getting lunch. You and I are going to play some more trivia. Okay, now I need something special from you. I'm going to do something that I've learned from my good friend Mark Texan. Who has ever been to a talk by Mark Texan, by the way? That's good. Then you don't know what's happening except for Scott back there. That's amazing. So Mark is like an incredible motivational speaker. And one of the things that he does is, I think he calls it the clap of power. It sounds a bit weird, but hang with me here. So I joined FlutterFlow 2 months ago. And I never used FlutterFlow before that. I know all about it. Like, I'll tell you more about that during the day. But I never actually used the tool. So I want to know, who here has used FlutterFlow for less than a year? Nice, nice. Welcome. I hope you're also through the curve that I've been going through, like figuring out how everything works. Right? I've been keeping a friction log. The FlutterFlow team will tell you. It's about 135 pages now. I do a lot of screenshots. It's not that bad, actually. But right, there's just lots of learning to do, and we're all still going through that. So today is a great day for that. That also means that, because some hands were not up, who has been using FlutterFlow for more than a year? Okay, keep your hand up for a moment. We're going to do something special. On the count of 3, I want you to all, I'm going to put these cards away. I want you all to clap your hands as loudly as you can. It helps if you make a hollow sound. Does that make sense? And only the people that have been using FlutterFlow for a year or more. The reason we do this is that you'll be amazed at the sound it makes in this space. Okay? On 3, remember? 1, 2, 3. That is so cool. I love that. I love that. Now, you might have noticed that my hands didn't connect because I haven't been using FlutterFlow for more than a year. So I feel very left out right now. So what I want to do is I also want to do this with the people that have been using FlutterFlow for less than a year. So raise your hands if you've been. Yeah, now see, the hands are a bit more timid because you're going to have to do something, right? But please play along. It really works well. Okay? And nobody notices you because the cameras are all facing here. Nobody sees you. Okay? So on the count of 3, I want everyone to clap their hands that's been using FlutterFlow for less than a year. And you know, how about the people that have been using it longer also just join in for the fun of it? Okay? So on the count of 3, are we ready? 1, 2, 3. I love this. I love this. I love this. So you're now well prepared. What I want you to do is, during the talks, if something happens that you think is interesting, or where the speaker just needs some encouragement, do the same thing, please. Right? It's very easy. By the way, fancy cards, see them? Like, let's see, I've done all of them. The only thing I have to do is introduce the next speaker to you. So we're gonna kick it off with the keynote, where we have over an hour of content, like about how things are going with FlutterFlow, new features, and it's really so many demos. It's gonna be amazing. So I want you to join me in welcoming the co-founders of FlutterFlow to the stage. Please give a warm welcome to Abel Mengistu and Alex Greaves.
Hey, FlutterFlow, wow. Thank you so much for joining us. It's so exciting to be here again for the second FFDC. Welcome.
Yeah. Today, we're excited to tell you about all the amazing progress that we've made, and as well as where we're headed in the next few months. Over the next hour or so, we'll tell you a bit about our vision for FlutterFlow, share some of the amazing new features that are coming up, and also tell you a bit about what we're investing in the future.
So in just over a month, we're going to celebrate our 4-year anniversary since we started this journey. And for everyone who's here, thank you. And it's been an incredible journey. The best part for us is hearing your stories and seeing what you're building. And it is super inspiring for us because we know our users range from freelancers who are building apps for small businesses, for other startups, founders and entrepreneurs bringing the dreams to life, designers and developers at large companies and small companies building apps for their customers. And it's super inspiring for us, and we know that we have an important role to help empower you build these great apps. So thank you for joining us, and we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for your support. We even have, I think we have a user from one of the earliest days, from like December 2020, Joseph. He's here. Oh yeah, Joseph, yes. So we have users from the very early days who've supported us, and we wouldn't be here without you. Thanks for believing in this vision and in joining us in this movement as we are on a mission to empower the world to build great products. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So since we launched 4 years ago, we've had over 1.6 million users join FlutterFlow. We've also helped launch over 15,000 applications, totaling over 5 billion lines of code. But although we're really excited about all of these numbers, what excites us the most is always hearing from you. So without further ado, let's hear from some of our amazing users.
Is a completely new app in the Polish market designed with parents in mind.
The app includes a map of parent and child-friendly places, with information on facilities important from a parent's perspective.
Next up is a game, and I'm very happy to have made a game with FlutterFlow. And this might sound a bit counterintuitive at first, using FlutterFlow for building games, but actually it's great for building games. Pretty proud I did my first game using FlutterFlow.
My name is Jean-François and I'm the founder of UI Media. UI is like the YouTube of webcomic. Creators will start their journey on our creator dashboard. After creating an account, they will be able to add and publish their series on UI. After creating the profile of their series, they can start publishing chapters of their webcomic or web novel.
My name is Daniel Bussey, and I'm one of the developers of Spoolstock. And Spoolstock is an app that is designed to improve the workflow and processes for people that are doing 3D printing. If you have materials to keep track of and you want to keep track of your prints, the things that you're doing successful, how to get better, and we really saw a need in the industry to build a tool that made that simpler.
La herramienta se adaptó perfectamente a la necesidad que teníamos, nos permitió reducir en un 80% el tiempo de entrega de cada uno de estos proyectos y también nos ayudó a poder trabajar más proyectos en simultáneo. Como resultado, en alrededor de 14 meses que tenemos de usar la aplicación, hemos podido entregar entre 14 y 15 proyectos, lo cual representa un tiempo récord no tanto para nosotros como departamento de tecnología como para Grupo Purdy en general.
I love that video. It's always amazing to see the quality of apps our users are building on FlutterFlow, and it's, there's people all over the world that are doing this, and it's very inspiring. We want to do more. Now, one of the things we haven't shared much about before is enterprise adoption of FlutterFlow. So that's some of the stuff that is kind of surprising for users. So today we want to share that FlutterFlow is actually being used by some of the largest companies in the world. So take Wendy's, for instance. Wendy's is one of the top fast food chains in the US. They're using FlutterFlow to build apps to manage their AI-powered experiences. Or take Axis Bank, one of the largest banks in India. They're using FlutterFlow to modernize their mobile apps, and their most downloaded app has over 50 million installs.
We've also seen tremendous growth in the FlutterFlow community. Last month, we launched the FlutterFlow Developer Group program and now have 36 groups across 20 different countries with over 3,500 total members and growing fast. And in fact, we have a couple of those groups are actually hosting live streams of FFDC right now. So a big shout out to folks in Manila, Croatia, and all around the world.
It has been super exciting to see all of these community events happen. We see the photos on LinkedIn, and people are sharing the events. So we want to continue investing in these communities, in our community and the ecosystem. So today we're actually announcing the FlutterFlow Student Ambassador Program, where students can sign up, and we'll support you to host events, hackathons, and help other students learn about FlutterFlow. So you can sign up, you can scan the QR code, or find out more online. Next, let's talk about partners. Because for us to truly realize our mission of helping the world build great products, our partners have to work with our customers and build great apps for them too at scale. And so we want to share progress we've made on that front. So we have over 70 partners today, ranging from agencies, freelancers, to enterprise partners, regional and global consultancies that are building over a combined apps, launching apps for over 100 million users globally. We'll continue investing in the partner programs, and we're launching the agency and enterprise program where you can sign up. We'll provide ongoing support, training, enablement for our partners.
But yeah, joining one of these communities is not the only way to contribute to the FlutterFlow community. Last year, we launched a support for premium content on our marketplace, where users can buy and sell premium app templates within our marketplace. And today, over 600 marketplace items are cloned every single day. Now, there will be some big updates coming to the marketplace soon, so make sure to stay tuned for those.
Now, over the last 4 years, we've had tremendous growth and support. And part of that is because of the amazing Flutter ecosystem and the Flutter community. And so we want to make sure that that Flutter ecosystem is thriving. And that's why we're excited to announce that today we're pledging $1 million towards the Flutter ecosystem to support open source projects so that the Flutter ecosystem can continue thriving. Puff and Leah, who know this community very well, are going to be leading this project. So their Twitter handles are on here. You can reach out to them to learn more. All right. Now, I know why you're all really here. It's for the product updates. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Leah to come on here, and Leah and Alex will walk you through all the product updates we have for you today.
Awesome. It's so exciting to be here today. So a couple months ago, I talked a little bit about our vision for the FlutterFlow product. We want to create a visual development platform where designers, developers, product owners can all come together to collaborate to build high-quality, customized apps quickly. And today, I'm really excited to announce that I think we're one step closer to reaching this vision with the launch of FlutterFlow 5.0. So FlutterFlow 5.0 is going to be launching early next week, and today we're going to show you some of the features that are in this new update. So who's excited to hear about these features? So when I talked about our roadmap a couple months ago, I tried to keep us focused on a few core themes. So we talked about app architecture, we discussed testing and debugging, we mentioned collaboration, and improving the overall user experience in FlutterFlow. So today we're going to go through each of these themes and talk about what we did to try to get us closer to reaching our vision for those themes and what features are involved. OK, so let's start with app architecture. And when I say app architecture, what I really mean is we want the FlutterFlow platform to enable you to build complex and expressive user interfaces without sacrificing on Dart or software development best practices. Oops. So to try to push this vision even further, we called up some old friends from the Flutter community. G. Skinner is a really well-known design agency in the Flutter community, and they're known for taking innovative design and combining it with creative coding to create these really wonderful experiences. So we asked the team to push the limits of FlutterFlow and see how far they could get with building vignettes or like miniature apps. And now I'm really excited to welcome Jared to the stage to show us what they built.
Thanks, Leah. Over the past 20 years, our clients have challenged us to build beautiful apps and experiences to help push the boundaries of their platforms. I'm really excited to show you what we built here today, but it's just a sneak peek. The FlutterFlow team is going to get into it throughout the experience today, and they'll show you kind of how it was built. So the first vignette that I have to show off here today, there we go. It is a multimodal AI app that generates captions for photos. So we had a little fun with this, knowing that the prompt was going to require a bunch of inputs. We would want really fun custom controls for them. So this kind of challenged us right off the hop. So we focused on creating some custom sliders in here for the emojis, the hashtag amounts, and the overall length. And we wanted to push a little further here for this mood and tone selector. So we added this dual axis control in here. So when you're ready to go, you got it all set up, hit regenerate, prompt goes through, and we get a really fun caption like this. So sometimes it works really too well, and we had a lot of fun with this one. The second vignette that we made here was a smart home style app. So we really wanted to pick something that had a really complex UI, lots of interactive controls for it. And this is highly visual. Right after we finished the designs in Figma, I was able to pick it up, move it right into FlutterFlow, and start translating everything right away. So we were really pleased that we were able to bring it in here without any kind of custom widgets or anything like that, and support a really beautiful UI. So inside of here, we've got lots of controls, little kind of hidden features throughout, lots of use of implicit animation in here to change state. And our development lead, Sean, he put in a lot of custom actions and behaviors in here to really help empower this experience we see before us here. The standout of this one has to be this custom thermostat control with this radial slider. Helps us adjust the temperature. And we have some really simple implicit animations in here for changing mode. So really simple effects to kind of great use here. And for our third vignette, we were getting really comfortable with the platform by this point and having a lot of fun with it. So we had a good core to begin with here. So again, more kind of unique controls inside of the space. Had a lot of fun in here, building sort of a measuring tape style slider, weight selector. And then we just kind of played with some fun components at the end just to experiment more with animations inside of the app. And at the end, if all goes right, you get a personalized membership card presented to you right in the app. So we've been genuinely impressed with the versatility of FlutterFlow. And amazingly, we've only been at it for a few months. So it's opened up new ways for us to work, and our designers can obsess over the UI and experiment right in the project itself, while freeing up the developers to focus on the advanced functionality and business logic. So I'll throw it back to Alex.
Great. Thanks, Jared. So when the Gskinner team came to us with their ideas, I mean, first of all, yeah, we were blown away by what we just saw. I mean, really, really impressed with everything that they've done. And I have some good news on that front, which is that all the vignettes that you just saw will be available for free on our marketplace for you to clone. So when we first talked to Gskinner about their ideas, we knew that there was a lot that we needed to do. One of their common themes is building rich, tactile, and immersive experiences. And FlutterFlow was not ready yet to support that. But that's why we're excited to announce today support for 50 new action triggers within the UI builder. Now you can support actions like drag, pan, scale, in order to enable some of these rich experiences that we just saw. But mouse clicks and finger taps are not the only ways that users interact with a product, right? Which is why we're also excited to announce today support for keyboard shortcuts within FlutterFlow. Now you can easily add an action trigger and bind it to some shortcut keys so that it executes when a user enters those keys. And I know for someone like myself who has developed these by hand in code, we all know how challenging and difficult it can be to do these. So now you can create optimal shortcut experiences like the ones that you see here with just a few clicks of a button. And with that, I'll hand it back over to Leah to talk about best practices.
Cool. So when I introduced app architecture, I said expressive UIs with best practices. We just talked about the UI piece. Now let's go over to best practices. So one of the core best practices when you learn software development is this DRY principle. Don't repeat yourself. And that helps keep your app scalable and maintainable across your entire team. And there are a lot of ways that we can adhere to this principle when we're using FlutterFlow. One way is to try to use dynamic widget property configurations. So if you've used FlutterFlow, you're setting some properties, and you see that little orange toggle, and that allows you to dynamically configure the value based on some logic that you set. So if you've been using FlutterFlow, you know just how powerful this feature is. The problem is that sometimes you go to use it only to realize that a property doesn't have that little orange toggle. So we're excited to announce today that over the next few weeks, nearly every single widget property is going to be dynamic. And I'll just give you a quick example of how powerful this is. So one of the demos that Jared just showed was that Smart Home Hub, and it's responsive. So when I change the screen size, the layout of the widgets change. Now, originally when they built this, they had to create different copies of their grid view because we didn't have the ability to dynamically set the axis. Now you'll be able to set the axis. You can choose if it should be horizontal or vertical based on whatever type of variable or logic you want to set. And we're not stopping there. We're also releasing a new widget, the Flex widget, which allows you to flex between a row or a column, again, dynamically. So you can say, hey, when the screen size looks like this, I want to be a row, I want to be horizontal. Otherwise, I want it to be vertical. I want it to be a column. Great. So now let's talk about another best practice, components. And I'll bring Alex back onto the stage to talk about that one.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Leah. So one of the best practices that we always are pushing for our users to use is to use components wherever possible, which is why we've been focused on making components as powerful as possible. So earlier this year, we launched recursive components, which allow a widget or a component to leverage itself within the widget tree, allowing for more rich and complex experiences. We're also excited to announce more variable types, in line with what Leah was mentioning about more dynamic, more properties being able to set from a variable. We're also adding new types to make components even more flexible. So things like main axis alignment on a row, or icon data, or even something like a text style being able to be passed in as a parameter to a component. However, there's still one piece that's missing, which is why we're excited to announce Widget Builder as a parameter. So you might be asking yourself, what the heck is a widget builder, right? So let's say that I want to make a component with a nice layout. It has a background, it has animations, and I want to be able to use this consistently throughout my application, but what's actually in the component, I want to be dynamic. That's not something that's currently possible. But with the widget builder, you can pass in as a parameter what you want to actually place inside of that component. Now, I know y'all don't want to just hear me talk about this, so I'm excited now to invite Shovik onto the stage to give a demo.
Thanks, Alex. So, hey everyone. So here we are, can you switch to the demo? So here we are inside the Smart Home Hub that we showed earlier. And as you can see throughout the app, we have a number of different smart devices over here on the dashboard. And throughout the UI, it's very consistent. All of them have a striped background. All of them have an icon on the corner. But the UI looks completely consistent throughout the app.
Cool. Yeah. Well, maybe let's take a look at the project and dive into one of these components.
Sure. Let's go back to the FlutterFlow builder. And we're currently looking at the smart device style widget.
Nice. Yeah. And what's going on here in the widget tree?
Yeah, sure. Let's go through the widget tree of this component. So we have mainly a gradient stack over here, which contains a title gradient, which basically sets the background color for this. And then we have the tile design stack. And this has like a striped background, a device icon, and a tile builder.
Nice. So where is the tile builder actually coming from?
Yeah, great question. So let's step back and look at the component parameters. And as you can see over here, we have a tile builder, which has the type widget builder.
That's cool. OK, so yeah, let's go into the properties of the tile widget and see what's going on.
Yeah, sure. Let's get back to the tile builder that we have already inserted in our widget tree over here. And let's look at the properties panel over here. And as you can see, we currently have the temperature tile set over here. And you can kind of preview and pass components in preview on the canvas. So let's change it to a different component, maybe. Let's say TV tile. And you would see it right on the canvas. And yeah.
OK, cool. So you can use this and pass in whatever you want elsewhere in the builder. But this allows you to kind of preview whatever component you want while you're building the actual component.
Yeah, absolutely correct.
Very cool. So we already have one here. But what if I want to add a new widget builder onto the page?
Yeah, that's a great question again. So let me get back to the so basically, it's just like adding any other component. inside FlutterFlow. So you can just head over to the widget palette over here. And then I would go to the component section here. And you'd see all the widget builders right over here. And you can just use any other component in FlutterFlow.
Awesome. Thanks, Shovik.
Yeah, that's everyone.
Cool. That, I'll kick it back over to Leah. There we go.
Sweet. I'm so excited about that new feature. OK, so that was all about app architecture. Now let's turn to the next theme, testing and debugging. And we've already made some big strides here. So FlutterFlow users out there, maybe you've already tried our debug panel that we launched a couple months ago. This allows you to see the value tied to the different variables in your app. And you can use it whether you're in a test mode session, a local run session, or you can even use it if you pull your code down through the CLI and are running it in a traditional software development environment. But we knew we had more work to do. So we've also been making the preview that you see in the UI builder more powerful. A couple weeks ago, we made sure that constants that are used for things like padding or border radius are going to be rendered directly on the screen in real time. This means you don't have to go test your app or run a whole session to see those changes live. But we're not stopping there. So we know that it's already really easy to connect different backends in FlutterFlow. You can talk to an API endpoint in just a couple of clicks. It's so easy to set up a connection with Firebase or Supabase. But there was one core piece missing. You're not able to connect to different backends depending on where you're at in the development lifecycle. So that's why we're super excited to announce that in FlutterFlow 5.0, we'll have development environments. So development environments will allow you to point to different endpoints or databases depending on what environment you've selected, like a development environment, a staging environment, or a production environment. So to give you a quick example, say that I'm testing out this new checkout flow in my e-commerce app. The only problem is I don't want to press checkout a whole bunch of times and accidentally send my team a bunch of dummy orders. I would rather point to a development endpoint. So let's see this example in a live demo. I'll invite Wenkai onto the stage to show us. If we could have the demo up, thanks.
Thanks, Leah. Now let's switch to the demo. So this is our sample e-commerce app we built for our documentation site. And here you can see we already have some pre-populated API calls. OK, I'm not very familiar with the trackpad. Yeah, so this API call has a variable that's using a fixed API endpoint. And now let me switch to this new tab called Dev Environments and create a new environment. Let's call it Dev. And OK, let me switch to Dev. And let me also create a new variable called API URL. And now I can use this URL, but for a different endpoint. For example, for our dev endpoint. And then back to the URL variable, I can just use this set variable dialog to connect to this environment value I just created. And now, after I hit save, and you can see, OK, now I'm pointing to the dev environment endpoint. And it's as simple as that. Yeah.
Awesome. Again, another huge feature coming next week. I'm so excited to try it out. So just to recap, launching in FlutterFlow 5.0, you'll have the ability to create new environments, to create environment values, to bind those values to things like the API URL or headers. And you'll also have the ability to connect different Firebase projects to each one of your environments. But don't worry, we're not stopping there. Right after FlutterFlow 5.0, we're getting back to work, and we'll make sure you're able to configure a Supabase project for each environment. We're also going to allow you to change your app deployment settings for each environment and set different integration settings for each one of those environments. So. OK, so that was testing and debugging. Now let's talk about collaboration. Last year at FFDC, we launched branching, which is huge for collaboration. It means that you as a developer can work in isolation. You can build out new features without worrying about affecting what the rest of your team is working on. And today we're excited to announce a new feature related to branching, the ability to create commits. And for those who don't know what a commit is, it's kind of similar to versions in FlutterFlow. You're able to give a name to the changes that you've made. Only we're trying to give you an enhanced user experience here. Now you can see the changes tied to a specific branch. You can search through your branch's history for the commit you're looking for. You can view a single commit and see the exact changes that were made in that commit. And you can even restore your branch to the state it was at a certain commit. So we're really excited about commits, and we think it's going to be a big improvement to branching. But we're all about full transparency here. And we know that branching really isn't where it needs to be in terms of the overall user experience with FlutterFlow. I've talked to a lot of users, and people have raised concerns about a sometimes confusing user experience or even inaccurate merges in some cases. So I just want to reassure you that we've been doing a lot of experimentation and thinking, and we're trying out a new angle. So we're trying to leverage the trusted Git framework, which of course is industry standard when it comes to version control. So in these experiments, what we're trying to do is give you the power to look at the changes in more of a text-based environment. So instead of looking at these visual changes, you'll look at a YAML file, which is like a simplified text file of all the different parts of your FlutterFlow project. So let's say I made a change. I took my padding constant and I changed it from 6 to 8. I might see something like the above, where I see things that were removed in red and things that were added in green. So we think that this will lead to more transparency and visibility and more accuracy in terms of what to expect when you're merging. And I know that we have some people who are not used to writing code or using Git, so I just want to let you know we'll make sure that this is a great user experience no matter your background. So, yeah. Great. Cool. So that was branching, and now let's bring Alex back onto the stage to talk about resources.
Great. Thanks, Leah. OK, so that was collaboration within a single project. But what if we want to share resources across multiple projects? For example, a big team that wants to share a design system or component library across all of their different applications. So currently, we're restricted to team design libraries, which we do have now. But often, components or parts of UI are tied to data types, enums, or even custom functions or API calls. Which is why, today, we're excited to announce the support for libraries. So with libraries, you can create components, data types, API endpoints, actions, all of the above, and publish them as a library that you can reuse in any of your projects. This allows you to share resources across all of your different applications with no restrictions and with version control. So I'd like to invite Anusha to give a demo.
Yeah. So here I have Radix Design System, which is a FlutterFlow project, which of course has a lot of components. But if you can observe, these components also have component parameters, which are of custom data type and enums. So let me make a quick change to this project. I will edit the description here and say this is a demo. And then I will commit my changes to the main branch. Say new description. OK, so now that we've made a commit, we are all set to publish this project as a library. So let me go down to the publishing page. And here we have built out a new page, which is to publish this project as a library. Here you can set the version of your project and enter a description for this. I will say added a new description. And you can view all the previously published versions here as well. So I'll just go ahead and click Publish. And there we go. We've published this project as a library. And we are all set to use this as a part of other FlutterFlow projects. So here I have another FlutterFlow project, which is a dashboard page that I have built out to control user permissions. And I would like to use radio buttons, which are not directly offered by FlutterFlow, instead a more customized version of that. So instead of building it from scratch, again, we can leverage what we've already built as a part of Radix design system. And we could do that by simply importing the project into this one. So I will go ahead to the project dependencies page and click on Add Dependency. It shows up all the projects that you have access to and have been published as a library. In addition to this, you can also copy-paste the project ID. So let me just click on Radix Design System, and these are all the resource types you have access to. So if you can observe here, it has imported the latest version of this project. And whenever there's an upgrade available, you will have a notification, and you can either choose to upgrade it to a newer version or continue the existing version itself. So going back to the widget tree, I will add my radio group component here. I will scroll through these components, and you can see that the description is updated to what I just said. And then I'll go ahead and the radio group component. And here's the interesting part. So this component requires certain parameters which are of custom enum type, but I don't have to worry about it because I have access to all of these resources from the library. So I can go ahead and select the options that I want. Yeah. So we are all set, and maybe just click this one. Yeah. And lastly, I would just like to make one quick change, and that is to add a snack bar option here so that we can get to know what was the radio button that was clicked. So I will add show snack bar. And I would like you to notice that we can get access to the component state which we just added, and that can be used as well. So that's it for the libraries demo, and passing it over to Leah.
Awesome. I'm just looking for the clicker. Be right back. Whoops. Awesome. I'm really excited about libraries, and I noticed some Flutter developers in the audience. So one thing to mention is that when you export the code, the library is actually included as a local Dart package that then is imported into your app. So super neat feature with a lot of flexibility. And if you're already using design systems or team libraries like Alex mentioned before, don't worry, because we're going to be migrating those to library projects over the next couple weeks. So stay tuned. Now, besides libraries offering lots of flexibility with sharing resources across your team or projects, I'm really excited about libraries because I think they're the very first step in building a true integration framework for FlutterFlow. Yeah. So when I talk to customers, a lot of people have requests to improve an existing integration that we have or offer some new integration with some SaaS tool that they're using. And this is great. We would love to build all those integrations. But really, we don't want to be the gatekeepers here. Our vision is that the entire ecosystem can build their own native integrations for FlutterFlow. So our hope is that customers, partners, third-party providers can all come in, create an integration, and share it with all of you. And as a proof point here, I'd like to welcome David from Adapty, because they were able to take what we already have with libraries and build an Adapty FlutterFlow integration that will soon be available for you all to use. So over to you, David.
Can we get to the slides? Okay, awesome. So what is Adaptee? Adaptee helps you build and scale your in-app subscriptions. Over 7,000 apps use Adaptee. We track over $1 billion in subscription revenue annually. Our SDK is used for the most popular UI frameworks, including Flutter. Over the past few weeks, we've been working on the FlutterFlow library that makes the features of Adaptee available for FlutterFlow customers to use in their apps. We built this library by wrapping our Flutter SDK. So let's go to the computer and see a quick example of how this works. In this simple application UI, we have one button. It's triggering the action flow. In the action flow, we fetch the paywall data from Adaptee using custom action get paywall. You can see it's being imported from the Adaptee FlutterFlow plugin. Check to see if it's loaded successfully. If the data was successfully loaded, we navigate to the paywall page and pass in the fetch paywall data as an argument. Next, let's configure the UI to display our products. In our case, the paywall contains only one product, but it could contain more. To display the price, you can use product price localized string field. Okay, there we go. You can display additional parameters such as offers, offer details, or any other information using an appropriate field of our products. Last but not least, making a purchase. Let's review this action flow. First, we're using make a purchase action, then we're checking the results. If there's no errors, the users get access level, we just navigate back. And what that means is that the paywall will close and the home page will be shown. And putting it all together, we can see what it looks like. Let's go to the slides. Okay, here we go. We're super excited about the future of FlutterFlow integration framework. We'll be sharing more details of the Adaptee library once FlutterFlow 5.0 is launched next week. But in the meantime, you can check out our current docs and our special offer. Thank you.
Awesome. Like I said, I'm so excited about the libraries feature. I think it's going to be huge for the entire FlutterFlow community. And like we were saying, we still have some work to do to really make this a full-fledged integration framework. So we'll be gradually adding more hooks and making this feature more robust. Since we're talking about integrations, I did just want to take a quick moment to recognize that I know you all have been asking for updates to some of our integrations. So rest assured, over the next couple of weeks, we're going to be making improvements to the Supabase integration so we can support all of Supabase's latest features. Yeah. And libraries are only good if people can find them and discover them. Thankfully, we already have a place that allows you to see what other people are building and use it in your own project. So libraries will be coming to the FlutterFlow marketplace very soon. Great. So that was collaboration. Now let's turn it back over to Alex to talk about user experience.
All right. Thanks, Leah. So let's talk about user experience. This has been one of our major priorities over the last year in making FlutterFlow more of a joy to use. We've already made some improvements, helping you refactor, search, and navigate throughout the platform with keyboard shortcuts. But we also have a lot more improvements coming up in terms of user experience. Now, one area that we're really excited about improving as well is performance. So in the next few weeks, FlutterFlow will be significantly faster and more responsive than ever before. This will be especially noticeable in large and complex projects where we see up to an 80% reduction in jank and stutter and lag. It'll be a much more smooth and responsive experience. We've also started initial investigation into WASM, which we're really excited about, both for your applications as well as our own in FlutterFlow, which we think will make our applications much, much faster. However, speed and smoothness are not the only things that make for a powerful development experience. One of the aspects of FlutterFlow that is really core to who we are is, of course, the ability to write custom code, whether that's custom functions, actions, or widgets. However, for those of you who have written custom code within FlutterFlow, you know that currently the experience is a bit, let's say, limited. Which is why today we're excited to announce support for our FlutterFlow VS Code extension. Now, you can write, test, and push code right there in the context of your entire code base and in the code environment that you know and love. So I'd like to invite Ryan to give a little demo.
All right, yeah, let's turn it to the demo. Great. Yeah, so I'm going to walk through an example of using our new VS Code extension to edit custom code. So we're going to start with a version of this app that you saw earlier today, the photo app. Yeah, and we're going to make some edits to an existing custom widget in this project. So I've opened up the project here in FlutterFlow. And now I'm going to go ahead and move over to VS Code, where I already have our extension installed. So I'll start with the download code command, enter in the project ID of the main branch of this project, and then go ahead and choose a branch. You can leave it blank if you want to use main, but we're going to do custom code demo. And then select where on the computer you want to download this project. This looks good to me. And yeah, we're going to go ahead and download the generated code from this FlutterFlow project.
Cool. And how did it get the, how did you authenticate in order to download the code?
Yeah, you're going to need to use an API key that you'll set up as part of the extension settings. And you can generate that in the FlutterFlow front end. It's the same API key you use for the FlutterFlow CLI today.
Cool. You want to show us that API key? Maybe your social security number? Or?
I'll keep that secret for now.
Okay. All right, fine.
Great. Now that we've downloaded the code, we're going to initialize our coding session so that pushing and pulling will work as expected. Great. Now we can use VS Code and all those features that you know and love to edit our custom code. So let's open up a widget that we have here, this image with custom tooltip, and let's make some changes. I have some commented out code here. So I'll make some changes. Save. Oh, I see some errors. We're going to take advantage of the existing Dart extension on VS Code. Do a quick fix. Okay, yeah, this is referencing a component that already exists as part of our FlutterFlow project. Mm-hmm. So we'll fix that. Save. Now we're ready to push this change back up to our existing project, and we'll push to FlutterFlow. Nice. That'll take a moment to sync. And then, yeah, we'll go take a look and see those changes here in our FlutterFlow front end. Yep.
Awesome. All right, nice. So that was, editing an existing widget. What if we want to create a new one? Can we do that?
Yeah. So if you go ahead and just create a new file in the custom code widgets directory, name it something. And yeah, our extension will automatically fill in the boilerplate, and you're ready to go. So I'll go ahead and save this, push back up to FlutterFlow again. Take a look back at our project, and yeah, we've got widget A here, ready to use, ready to edit up here in the FlutterFlow web app.
Nice. All right. Cool. Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, data flows in both directions. So I can, add a child here, save this, and go ahead and pull the latest changes down to our VS Code extension, or our VS Code session.
Nice.
And then, yeah, the code that you've edited on the front end shows up here.
Cool. Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I know our developers are going to be really, really excited about this feature.
Yeah, excited to release it soon.
Cool. All right. So next, I would like to invite Abel back onto the stage for another exciting update.
Thanks, Alex. So when we announced FFDC on our community forum, one of the things we were doing is looking at what people are anticipating. And there was one theme that was common, came up quite often, which is not surprising nowadays, which is AI. And so one thing we've, since the revolution in LLMs over the last year and a half, we've been trying to see how we can integrate it to really fulfill our mission, which is to help you build high-quality apps faster. So today we are excited to announce that we're launching a whole new set of FlutterFlow AI tooling, which I'm going to invite Guangwei to come on stage and demo.
Thank you, Abel. Wow, I'm so excited to be here today with this amazing, amazing audience. Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us live. I, for one, would love to learn more about this amazing live audience. And I think in the most classic FlutterFlow fashion, we're going to build an app for it. And we're going to use FlutterFlow, and we're going to use some of the new AI features we're launching. Now, let's cut to the demo. So I'll give a quick tour of this app. It's already partially built. My goal by the end of this demo is to show this leaderboard with some interesting stats of where everyone is coming from, where you're traveling from for FFDC. I'm very curious to know which country has the most FFDC live attendees, and also for folks traveling domestically, which US states you are coming from. And then I would also love to see who are the users who have traveled the furthest to FFDC. I already have an intro page. This is going to be an input page. We're going to build this one out to turn it into a little form, a little questionnaire. I have a user collection set up. So very standard user fields. You've all seen this. And then a couple of fields I've added for your address, mode of transportation, and also we're going to calculate the distance traveled to New York City. And then we have a couple custom functions defined for the more complex logic I'd like to customize. So that's the basic setup. Let's get building. So here on this input page, I already have a header. I've got the first question down, and I like the style. This is what I'm going for. On this page, in the page description, I have entered a little blurb of text to remind myself what I'm going to build. So this is a page that allows FFDC attendees to tell us about themselves and this information we're gathering. So instead of dragging these widgets one by one, we're going to do something different today. we're going to open up the FlutterFlow AI Tools manual. And we're going to click Page Autocomplete.
Autocomplete is the first tool we're announcing today out of the suite of tools. And it looks at your page, the current design, any descriptions you have in the page to automatically fill it in. Now, what if you don't want to add all these widgets? What if it's completing too much for you? Can you modify that?
Oh, yeah, look at this slider. It allows you to select as little or as much of the proposed content to add to a page. I think in this case, I just really like everything it has generated. I'm going to hit Accept, and our page UI is done. Now, before we move on, we need to implement the Submit button. We're going to use Firestore for storage. So we're going to upload this information to Firestore. And here, I will use the new feature called Magic Cursor. Now, what does it do? I'll click on a button. I'll say, when I click, I'll just say when the button is click. Let's update Firestore to save user's name, their origin of travel, mode of transportation. And also calculate the distance to NYC.
So all of the stuff that you see here that will happen is stuff you could do manually by going through the UI selector, but by just pressing it, asking Magic Cursor to do it for you. Before I can even finish giving it context, it's already done, and the action is added.
Okay. Let's see what happened here. Oh, there's a couple actions being added. Validate form, that makes sense. There's a backend query, backend call to create a document. That makes sense. Display name, it's setting from text field. Country, I think this is reading from the place picker value of country. That's great. State, city, mode of transportation, this is the choice chip value, just like how I would set them. Distance traveled miles, this is using an existing custom function in my code base.
Yeah. The only thing left here. So I believe we maybe, it looks like it's creating a user document, but on Firebase, we know that you have to update a user document if you're using the FlutterFlow authentication feature. So there's a small project error here, but it's easy to fix because we can ask it to make it an update instead of a create. I think there's a project there.
Yes, yes. In fact, we can generate this again. We're going to say, when button is tapped. Let's update the existing Firestore document to store user's name, where they came from, travel mode, distance to NYC. I'm just going to tell the model to, hey, make sure you are updating an existing document. And maybe this will do the trick. Oh, looks like the project error has gone away.
Perfect.
Yeah, this is exactly what I wanted. And also, there's a navigate action to leaderboard. It's desired behavior. So I think this page is done. So now we can go to the leaderboard page and finish it up. So I already have the first half of this page implemented. What I'd really like to do next is to add a section down here to show the users who have traveled the furthest to attend FFDC. I think in order to do that, I'm going to need some kind of a list view. There's a widget in it, maybe a little row or card showing the user's name and how far they have traveled. It's really hard to describe, but maybe I can draw it.
Wait, let me get the iPad for you.
Yeah, I got it. And, let's switch to. This is showing.
Is it live? Oh, yeah. It's live.
Okay. Can I?
It's live, yeah.
Full screen? All right. This is showing the view from my iPad. And I have an Apple Pencil here, so I can do things with it. Leaderboard. Yeah, I need to add a widget here. And let's see what's in this manual. Sketch to component. What does this do? Oh, I can draw things. Okay, I think this is basically what I'm going for. Oh man, I feel like the model is going to be mad at me. Yeah, I wanna put a user icon here. That's close enough, right? User name.
For our designers who love using the Apple Pencil on iPad, this is an amazing experience. For me personally, I'm not quite as talented.
Yeah, and I am clearly not a designer. Okay. If the demo fails, it's because of my drawing. I hit generate component. Yeah, this is going to take a while to recognize. It's finished. Preview component. Oh.
I think even I would have had a hard time figuring that one out. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, little AI model. Cool. I like it. I'll just insert this component. And I will call this. Oh, how do I type here?
You can go back to the laptop if you want.
Amazing.
Yeah. So what we have here is two different devices that are on the same project. So you can have different members of your team at the same time collaborating. So if editing using the Apple Pencil is not great on a keyboard for you, you can easily switch back to the builder.
I love it. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go back to the demo. Okay. I just added this component. I'm going to add it to the list view. Okay, this actually looks pretty good, but I don't think this will work yet because this text is static. I think what I really want to do is to kind of add a component parameter to this component, passing a user document in, and then bind this parameter, like this text and this text, read them from the user document. So we know what to do. We're going to hit magic cursor. What if I say, let's add a component parameter. I'm just going to call it user. And we can say, like, read the username from the param. Something happened. OK, looks like there's a component parameter here. It is a document user. That's what I want. This display name, yes, it's reading from the user document.
Now all that's left is the distance.
The distance. Honestly, I'm just going to start writing Python code here and see what's going to happen. Traveled miles. Is this going to work? I'm actually not sure.
We didn't rehearse that, so it's going to be interesting.
I think this will probably be fine. Oh.
Wow, look at that.
Text combination, distance traveled miles. Oh, there's actually a space before miles, so it's actually going to be number the miles. Love it. OK, we have just one thing left to do, which is to finish the list view. I think we need a backend query of some sort. Let's see if Magic Cursor gets that. Yeah, I would like to show, let's show the 5 users who have traveled the farthest to attend FFDC. How about that? So I'm going to say, let's add a backend query to show the 5 users who traveled the farthest. Hit enter.
Look at that. I don't see any red errors at the top. That means it's set up properly. It's always nerve-wracking when you see a lot of errors on a project.
Yeah, I see a little backend query icon. Querying user collection 5. That's what I asked for. Ordering by distance travel miles, decreasing. That's right. Oh, it even set the user parameter on the component. It's perfect.
Well, let's ship it.
Let's ship it. And shipped.
All right. So while Guangwei's app is deploying, I want to show you this subdomain deploy is going to happen. You'll get a chance to actually interact with the app, and he'll be back to kind of walk you through that. But in the meantime, I want to show you what else you can do with the Magic Cursor. So because this is deploying, it won't actually interrupt anything here if I start messing up his project. So what I'll do is actually I'll just add a container here. And this container looks boring. So why don't we use Magic Cursor? And there's a shortcut with Command-G. I'm just going to say, make this a circle. Let's make it larger, maybe 200. And I want a gradient like a sunrise, 3-color gradient. Let's go fancy. Also give it a box shadow, strong, of light orange. So Magic Cursor should be able to kind of take what you want to do and apply it on widgets. And wow, look at that. Not quite a sunrise if you ask me. So I can be more explicit. If I wanted to say from light orange to purple, this is no longer a sunrise, but unless maybe it's a different planet. Add a gradient from light orange to purple. So you can do that with existing kind of widgets one at a time. The power of Magic Cursor is when you want to modify multiple things at a time. For instance, I have these choice chips. Currently says flying, train, driving. What if I want to say, make this a plane bike. Actually, let's see. Train, car, bike, walk, jump, why not? And give it relevant icons. If anybody just squat jumps all the way here, I'll be very, very impressed. Wow, look at that. Let's make the selected, still not perfect, that plain icon is white. I can go in and easily modify it. Everything it's doing is stuff that you can just go in and modify and interact with. So, and the code will be generated exactly the same way that you're familiar with before. But let's make the selected color white so that it matches the theme. Now, what if I had my place picker here? Well, I'll undo that, easy. So what if I had this place picker not really match my style? Maybe this could have been 120 and a different color. That's ugly. So if we wanted to fix this, we can call on the magic cursor and say, make this match this style. And it should look at the context of what's around the screen and make it fit. So now the domain deployment is successful. And we can walk you through the generated app. If Guangwei wants to, OK, all right, no problem. I'll just walk you through the generated app. So you should be able to scan a QR code here. Yeah. Yeah, how do I do a QR code?
Right-click on it.
Ah. Thank you. Yes. So I'll bring this up so you can scan it and start filling out the info. This app was just built live right now. It's not made for mobile, though, so I'll actually fill it out here on stage as well. And I definitely flew here. Wow. 58,000 total miles traveled. Awesome. Cool. Let's switch back to the slides, please. So that's FlutterFlow AI tooling. Sketch the component, page autocomplete, and magic cursor. But that's not all. The features that we've had before, page gen and component gen, are actually completely updated, and now they generate much more higher quality pages and components than before. So check that out. This will launch with FlutterFlow 5.0, and Magic Cursor will be coming to beta testers first, and then launching later. So to recap all of the product updates, we're going to play the FlutterFlow 5.0 launch video, and I'll be right back.
I'll raise you, Abel, I'll raise you. How does that sound? Hey, everyone, how did you enjoy that keynote? Okay, now think about it for a moment. Like, think what your favorite announcement was. And I have many favorites, as you might know, right? But think about it, because over lunch, I noticed before we started the keynote that I really had to push people to come into the room because you were all chatting. So keep doing that during the lunch break too. And talk about all the things you saw, all the things you've built with FlutterFlow, and all the amazing things you can build now. Abel, did your demos work?
You saw it live, Puff. It all worked, thankfully. This happened last year as well. It all worked. Live demos are always scary, but this went great. Thank you so much for everyone who kind of worked on this. There's many people behind all of the stuff that you've seen. So.
And one thing I noticed, there was an orange suitcase in the back, and you announced the Flutter Fund. So I now finally know what was in that suitcase. I like that. Okay.
It's not real. Don't rush this thing.
No, of course, no, that would be horrible. Also, everyone on the live stream and the watch parties. I didn't know we had watch parties. It's amazing. Hi, everyone. So we're going to kick everyone to lunch here. Hey, everyone here. You're going to have lunch next, just so you know. So you're going to head out, go downstairs in the hall, I think it's called. Yeah. But just keep going down the stairs until there's no more stairs, and then you're under New York, and there's food there. Like, just kidding. Actually, we have like a really wonderfully catered lunch ready for you. Just go there, hang out, and then be back here at 12:40, I think, but they'll let you know. When the gong starts sounding, just come back here. And of course, then bring the same energy that you had this morning, because you've been a wonderful audience. So go have food, and we'll see you in a bit for the afternoon program.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the halftime show. We're live again. And this time, there's nobody in this room with me. It's just me and everyone at home or at one of the watch parties. Isn't that amazing? I actually think that camera might be live too, so that's amazing about this. If all is well, then you, for one, enjoyed the keynote content, which was amazing, right? But then we're now, right, you've also been playing these trivia questions, and I could see because I'm getting lower and lower on the leaderboard. Now, that's not a bad thing, except that I wrote a lot of those questions. I should know them. We're going to fix that right now, because we have some questions prepared and I have some guests prepared, and we're going to talk through those. So we're going to play a little trivia game, because it's a halftime show, but let's be real. I can't really be left shark, but I can play a trivia game. So I have some questions up, so let's put the first one up, and then let's call out my first guest also, who's Ailey, and Ailey is going to be answering the questions for us. So Ailey, do you want to join me? Yeah, there's nobody to give an applause, but you've got mine. I just can't do it too loudly because of the microphone.
Hello.
So good to see you. How has your morning been?
It's been great. I have been at the back of the room helping out with the live stream, so it's nice to see the room from the front.
Exactly. It's how I always feel when I'm in the back. But no, it's amazing. I stood next to you there, and it's like so many buttons were being pressed.
A lot going on.
That's amazing. Ailey, we're going to start with trivia, and then I have some questions that honestly only you will know the answer to.
Sure.
But do you have any idea what is the most used widget in FlutterFlow? So not Flutter, but FlutterFlow. It's multiple choice, by the way.
I can certainly say the widget that I most use, which is probably a column.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a container, but I'll go with column.
Okay, it's interesting because Leah introduced the flex, and I'm like, wait, I needed to do that all the time, and now you built it for me. It's actually not the column. Believe it or not, it's the text widget. They gave me a clicker and they swore it would work, but it doesn't. So can somebody in the back press it? There we are. Okay, now it worked. Perfect. So it's the text widget, which I think actually we never realized that we drag a text in there, right? But there's so much static text or dynamic text. So.
Sure, absolutely.
So that was amazing. And tell me, Ailey, because I know what you do, but like the people at home might not know, even though you're one of our like more frequent public speakers. But what do you do actually at FlutterFlow when you're not on a stage with me?
Sure. So I'm a solutions architect. So this morning you heard that we work with a lot of enterprise customers.
Mm-hmm.
So my job is to help support them, whether that's helping them build applications or helping with custom integrations, just helping with sort of enterprise-specific requirements for them.
Hold on, enterprise. So I mostly use FlutterFlow like the free version.
Mm-hmm.
What's different? What's enterprise, and how does that differ from the version I might be using?
Sure. So the main difference is probably about scale. So if you think about the needs of an individual developer or a small team versus a huge enterprise like the financial services that we mentioned earlier. So just the scale of the problem that they're trying to solve and the integrations that they need is just a bit different. So it's really just about supporting those specific needs.
Very cool, yeah. Nice to know that you are both asking me questions about all kinds of Firebase stuff, but also helping me when I'm struggling with like the FlutterFlow stuff, right? Learning about how to do things in FlutterFlow. Like, and I guess you do that for a lot of our enterprise customers too, then.
Yeah, absolutely. And not just Firebase, but any backend system that they need.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, somebody was very noisy when Firebase was mentioned in the keynote. I have no idea why that happened. Like, okay. Hey, I have a few more trivia questions. I actually want to see. I have no idea where that music is coming from. It sounds wonderful, but yes, thank you for the person turning it off. Like, hi at home. You might notice that like it's a bit more chaotic today. It's my specialty. Okay. Actually, this one I definitely wrote, but I got some help from my favorite LLM with like the answers. What is one of New York City's nicknames? Is that the Big Kahuna, the Motor City, the Big Apple, or the City That Can? And
all great names.
Yeah, exactly. And bonus points for if you know which each of these is.
Oh. Well, I do live in London, but I think I know this one. I think it's the Big Apple. I don't know why it's called that. I would love, if anyone knows that, I'd love to know why.
I actually should look that up, yeah, but I don't know either. That is correct, by the way. It is. Do you know the other ones, by the way?
I have no idea.
No, okay.
I would say the Motor City is maybe Detroit?
Yeah, Detroit, indeed. I actually forgot what the Big Kahuna is, and I'm pretty sure the City That Can is Thomas the Tank Engine, but I'm not sure why it's in here. I might have run out of inspiration at some point. Good job on that. Hey, so I've been at FlutterFlow for 2 months, and I always say that whoever was there when I joined, in my mind, has been there forever. But how long have you been at FlutterFlow?
It's coming up to 2 years.
Whoa, so you definitely were on the first clapping group, right?
Yes. Right.
No, I like that. So it's been a long time. What have you seen change the most in that time?
Everything. Some huge changes in the platform itself. Huge changes in the size of the team. I think we've gotten about 4 times bigger since I joined. So the scale of FFDC from last year to this year is great to see.
That's quite different, right? That's what I hear indeed, yeah. And I noticed the team size, even in those 2 months, right? Like, so many people consider that I have always been there, essentially, right? Because I was there when they joined. It's crazy how fast that is. No, I totally get that. I think I have one more question that I actually specifically want to ask you. Oh, oops, sorry about that. Like, but you should know this answer. So FlutterFlow, right, we have a lot of people, but FlutterFlow is like mostly a purely virtual company, right? We work everywhere. But we do have some offices. We have offices in 3 of the 4 places that I have here. Where don't we have an office from these?
Okay. So I have been to all of these offices, and I can tell you that the London office is my flat. So I will say that London doesn't have an official FlutterFlow office yet.
We need to fix that, right? We need to fix that. No, I would love to visit, well, both the current London office, but also the proper London office at some point.
Absolutely.
Indeed. So we have employees now. I need to check. Is it 17 countries right now?
Oh, yeah. It was 15, and then we added a few more. So I think we're up there.
It's been crazy. I was doing like an onboarding boot camp with like a lot of new starters, and it's so like crazy to see from how many places we have people, and I love that about it. But then it's extra good to meet them. So there's lots of chatter, not just from the attendees backstage, but also right from the FlutterFlowers, whatever we are, right? The FlutterFlow people, because we get to meet each other finally in person, right? So no, that's amazing about it. Yeah, we need to get a London office started. I would really like that.
I think so.
Okay, Eddie, that's actually all we have time for today.
All right.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to kick you off stage, start a new question, and welcome the next speaker.
All right, thanks so much.
And good luck this afternoon.
Thanks.
Okay, so that was the first guest. We have a few more questions for you, and we have a next guest coming up, because this is Frank. So we're going to be really, really double Frank on stage here now.
Hey, Puff.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good,
for those that don't get that joke, it's like, I'm actually also called Frank. I respond to that the same. Frank, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. Are you ready for some trivia questions?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Yeah, we're first going to ask you a trivia question, and then we're going to like also ask what you, the same that I did with Ailey, of course, right? So,
yep, sounds good.
Hey, Frank, what's the name of the coffee place where the people in Friends meet in New York? And is that where everybody knows your name? Could it be Any More Coffee, The One with Coffee, or Central Perk?
Ooh.
And again, bonus points if you understand all the references in this answer.
Yeah. So, full disclosure, I haven't seen all the episodes of Friends.
Have you seen any of the episodes of Friends?
Yeah,
I have, yeah.
But I do like a good pun, so just for punmanship, I'll go for answer D, Central Perk.
It is actually correct. It is Central Perk, yeah. The other ones are references to either Friends or Comedy Show, by the way. So The One with Coffee, most of the episodes are named The One with So hence The One with Coffee. Could it be Any More Coffee was Chandler Bing's like tagline. Could it be any more? Like so. And Where Everybody Knows Your Name actually is from Cheers.
Oh, really?
Like it's the opening tune from Cheers.
Amazing. Oh, I did know that, yeah.
That is set in Boston, not in New York. It's actually a real pub in Boston, where Central Perk was not a real place in New York. In fact, if you look for where you can find the Central Perk now, you find LA.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's a stage setup, of course, but like it's in LA right now. Like crazy, right? Okay, Frank, what do you do at FlutterFlow?
Yep, so I am a enterprise customer success engineer.
Enterprise, I know that one now. Ailey just told me. What does an enterprise customer success engineer do?
So we work with these amazing teams. Usually they have these relatively like medium to large scale projects. They're building either internal applications or external applications, but there's a level of sophistication that they bring to our team. We help them with solutions architecture. We help build the applications. We help with QA. So it's really like kind of like a full stack role. But we help engage the clients and bring them to success. Nice. So part of my job is let's define success for you, and then let's reach it together.
I love that, right? Because while building an app with FlutterFlow is a lot easier, you're still building an app, right? There's still a lot of tech involved.
Yep, and oftentimes enterprises have existing applications. So maybe they have like a Swift app, an Android native app. They have existing web applications, and they like to integrate those either into FlutterFlow or FlutterFlow into those, or replace those. so we work with them to kind of ease their way into FlutterFlow ecosystem.
I love that. Yeah, no, I love that. I hear many good stories about our enterprise customers. Also, lots of questions, right, from them.
Yeah.
So, no, I totally get that. So, how long have you been at FlutterFlow?
So I joined in January of this year.
Okay, so you joined around the same time Leah did then?
Yeah, actually, we were I think a week or two apart. So we both met on the company retreat, actually, the team retreat in January. So it's pretty amazing,
Wait, you started with a retreat, I started with a boot camp? Oh, something is not fair here.
Oh, it's an amazing onboarding. I literally, the onboarding was onboarding to the airport onto the plane to meet with the team. So
I like that. That is a really good one. Hey, we're going to do a few more trivia questions for you. Now, this one is actually hard because I had to count all of them. So how many widgets are bundled with Flutter? So it's not how many widgets exist or how many are with FlutterFlow, but bundled with the standard install of Flutter. Do you have any idea for that?
Gosh. Okay, I would gander in the, let's say answer B.
I actually need to check, I don't remember. You said D or B?
B.
It's actually answer C.
Oh, C, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
now
I was high, 175 around there, but maybe, okay, it's over.
It's actually 237.
30, okay,
yeah,
wow.
A lot of them are these visual widgets, right, where we have a Cupertino and a material variation.
Oh, got it.
There's a lot of those.
Got
it's
it. Okay.
actually amazing.
I did not factor that in.
Oh,
okay.
I could, actually, that was my first question was and can you name them all? But they said we only have 20 minutes for the halftime show. So. No, it's crazy how many widgets there are. FlutterFlow, by the way, itself, until this morning, had 80, if I remember correctly.
80, okay.
Yeah, and that's because we often aggregate many of these Flutter widgets into a single, FlutterFlow widget, right?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I've seen a lot of the enterprise projects, they'll have maybe tons of custom widgets as well. And it can get into the hundreds. But base widgets, that's good to know. It's good trivia.
Okay. Hey, Frank, that's all actually I have for you today. So thank you so much for being here. What are you doing this afternoon?
So I will be answering Q&A if you're at the event live, but also just enjoying the presentations, but from the FlutterFlow crew area here.
Yeah.
So looking forward to the demos coming up.
I like that. But it also means that if people have questions, they should come find you, or anyone with a purple shirt. Now, this doesn't apply when you're at home, but it's actually really easy. If you have any questions, just type them in the YouTube chat, and Frank will get to them. I swear.
Yes.
Just kidding. Frank, so much
pressure, no pressure.
Yeah. So thank you so much for playing along with me.
Much.
Thank you. And everyone at home, I have 1 or 2 more questions, and then we're ready to head out. You get a short break, and I get a short break before we start the afternoon program. But I do have some questions that I really want you to think about. Now, I have nobody on stage with me anymore, so I need your help here. It's I was counting all those widgets, and then I noticed that some of the names are really long, and some of the names are really short. Now, it's really easy. The shortest widget name that I could find was row, so that's 3 characters. But what do you think the number of characters is in the longest one? And I'm going to start the countdown timer here for say 10 seconds. So how long do you think that is? Just out of curiosity, right? Because I could definitely see that there was some material blah blah thing, right, that would work. But actually, can you believe it, that the longest widget name is, hold on, I have it written down here, Cupertino Desktop Text Selection Toolbar Button. And that is 42 characters. Yes, actually the correct answer was 42, as we all knew, of course, it would be. It's a crazy long name, and just be lucky that it's done in Flutter and Dart and not in Java, because then it would have been Cupertino Desktop Text Selection Toolbar Button Factory Manager. Right, so we have that going for us. Okay, final question before I head out is honestly, I was on the wiki page for Flutter, and do you have any idea what the one method name is that they mention on the wiki page? Keep in mind the wiki is written by everyone, let's say Eric Seidel might have done this, right? And what's the one method that they think is defining for Flutter? Okay. Honestly, all of these, some of them are not methods, by the way, but it turns out that set state is that one, because remember, whatever your favorite state management packet, it's just set state anyway. Okay, that's all I have for you today. I'm going to head out. Everyone is downstairs having lunch, so I'm going to say hi to them. We'll see you back here in, I think, 15-ish minutes, but just keep checking the hold screen that we have with the bouncing. We'll be right back. I love it. It's like a screensaver from the 80s. It's really cool. But we'll be right back with that. And then we have a full afternoon of so many more sessions. It's going to be really exciting. So see you back here in 10, 15 minutes. Go grab something to eat and drink, and we'll see you in a bit. Okay. Bye, everyone.
Hey folks, I'm Alex. Here at FlutterFlow, we build software that allows developers, entrepreneurs, and designers to build mobile apps more quickly and efficiently. Today, we're excited to announce our latest tool to help our users build faster than ever before. FlutterFlow for PS5. FlutterFlow for PS5 combines our easy-to-use environment with all the features fans love about PlayStation. To get started, just pop the FlutterFlow disk into the PS5 and open the FlutterFlow app. From there, it's simple to use FlutterFlow for PS5 to configure buttons and other features by simply dragging and dropping them the same way you would on a desktop. And you can easily configure menus or enter in commands using the PS5's convenient on-screen keyboard. But that's not the only exciting feature of FlutterFlow for PS5. There's also a two-player mode, which allows teams to compete against each other during development. Only the winner's changes are saved. Let's see who wins this battle.
Nope, 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 nope.
Yes! In your face!
The gamified development environment is guaranteed to increase productivity across teams. Here at FlutterFlow, we believe that the PlayStation 5 will be the dominant development environment once enough people get their hands on it in roughly 2030. That's why we're excited to announce today that FlutterFlow for PS5 is going to be our exclusive development environment moving forward, and that we'll be phasing out support for desktop in roughly Q2 2023. However, if you prefer the FlutterFlow Legacy Builder, it'll always be available in our virtual environment using PlayStation VR. We're so excited about FlutterFlow and all the possibilities of building with the PlayStation 5.
Order FlutterFlow for PlayStation 5 for one easy payment of $19.99, plus shipping and handling. FlutterFlow for PS5 may cause bouts of extreme anger and incandescent rage.
Yeah, I have some bad news. They didn't like it. No, I mentioned the consumer trends, I mentioned the virtual environment, but yeah, I appreciate you not pulling your investment. Yeah, all right, love you too, Grandma. All right, bye-bye.
Hey guys, super excited to share the latest addition to the FlutterFlow marketplace. Check out Taskmaster, a first of its kind, full-featured app for service marketplaces. So this isn't just any template. It's a real app that's been used in production with over 50,000 downloads. The template itself is pretty wild. There are actually 3 separate apps included with it. It comes with 207 components, 171 pages, 127 pieces of custom code, and 26 cloud functions. So it's pretty much a full ecosystem. Let's talk about features. It's got everything you need: live chat, payment integration, expense and revenue tracking, localization, and more. Everything is built in FlutterFlow, so you can easily customize the colors, content, behavior, and more to fit your needs. Plus, the creator, FlutterFlow Nights, is offering hands-on support and super detailed documentation to help you get up and running. And here's the best part. We have a special promo running right now. You get $200 in free FlutterFlow Pro credits automatically when you purchase any template priced at $1,500 or more. So don't miss out. Check out Taskmaster on the FlutterFlow marketplace and get started building your own service marketplace.
Please welcome to the stage, Puff.
Oh, I'm not started yet. I'm just counting if everyone's back. Okay, some folks are still having lunch. How was lunch? Any good? Who had the chicken? Cool, so can you leave one for me next time? Thank you. Just kidding, there was plenty of chicken left. I just had to run. I hope there's no green stuck in between my teeth. So have we recovered a bit from the keynote? Any favorite new feature? Was there some consensus around that it was AI? Just kidding, actually, I loved every feature there. There were so many. When Leah was talking about, I think, the Flex widget, it's like, wait, I was building that 3 weeks ago. You could have told me that it was coming. But, and not the one that we shipped, of course. They don't let me touch production code. That would be dangerous. Okay, so we have 1, 2, 3 blocks of content for you this afternoon. So we have a lot still coming. And we're going to start the first one now. And that first one is really cool, because it's all the FlutterFlow wizards. If you think you just saw wizardry in the keynote, oh, no. These are real wizards. I'm not kidding. I was in the FlutterFlow office here in New York, and they were wearing Hogwarts shirts. No idea why, but we have 3 of them back to back. It's a full hour of content for you. And we're going to kick it off with a deep dive on some of the new features that you just saw. And for that, please give a warm welcome for Pooja and John.
All right. Whoa. Nice.
Pooja, what do you think about the new features? I am very excited to add them to our apps.
Glad you asked, because we were actually building a project management app that helps us track our development workflow, and maybe we can improve the tool with our newly announced features.
That is a great idea. I would love to see a demo.
Absolutely. All right, so here's the desktop version for the project management app that we have built. As you can see, we use the draggable and drag target widgets released earlier this year to build this cool Kanban UI. But with the addition of the new action triggers, you can now do such drag interactions from scratch and customize this further. For those who are new, what are action triggers? Think of events like tapping a button, submitting a text field, toggling a switch. These are all events that you can listen to via action triggers, and we can respond to these events by adding a set of actions. If you have explored FlutterFlow before, you've likely used the on-tap gesture, right? It fires when you tap a button or a container. But did you know you can actually capture all the stages of a tap gesture? For example, the on-tap down trigger is invoked when the button is pressed but not yet released, while the on-tap up happens when the button is finally released. The standard on-tap gesture that you are familiar with is actually triggered after these stages. And of course, if a tap is interrupted for any reason, the on-tap cancel gets invoked. With the new action triggers in FlutterFlow, you can now attach actions to each of the stages of a tap gesture. As a quick demo, I have added a fun wiggle animation to the on-tap down of a card in the Kanban UI, showing that the card is being selected. Now, that was the life cycle of a tap gesture. But with the new action triggers, you can also listen to events like a drag or a pinch, allowing you to create all sorts of fun UI experiences. FlutterFlow also exposes useful values like the starting point or the ending point of a drag, giving you more control and flexibility. Now let's talk about the life cycle of a drag gesture. First up is the down event, which is at the first contact of the screen, which indicates that a pointer has touched the screen but not yet moved. Then comes the start event, which is when the finger has moved past a certain threshold, and this is the beginning of the drag gesture. As you continue dragging, the update event trigger is continuously triggered, giving you a lot of information about the pointer position and the amount of movement since the last update. As you lift your finger from the screen or pointer leaves the screen, the end event is triggered. And of course, if a drag is interrupted, like when another gesture takes over, the cancel event is invoked. Here's a quick demo of a complete drag event. Now let's go back to the update event. This event exposes a bunch of information for you to play with, like they are available in the variable menu in the gesture detector option. First up is the global position, which allows you to get the x, y coordinates from the left and top edge of the screen, x being the horizontal line and y being the vertical. Then comes the local position, which tells you the x, y coordinates from the left and top edge of the widget the action triggers are applied on. Then we have the delta xy data, which tells you the delta distance from the drag start to the current drag pointer position. I guess this is working. All right. These values are extremely useful to design an intuitive user experience. For example, in our project management app, I will use the delta values to create a resizable image widget. We are saving the initial image width and height in a local state variable, and then, of course, these values will be assigned to the widget via the properties panel. Now let's add our first action trigger. We will add the on horizontal drag update action trigger to capture the values of a horizontal drag, allowing users to drag the image size from the right edge. The first action under this is going to be updating the component state that we created earlier. For a horizontal drag, the image width state variable would be modified, so let's choose that. And as you can see, the gesture detector exposes several values during a drag event. But for this example, we are mainly focused on the delta. The delta represents the delta distance from the last drag, allowing users to resize the image size as the user drags it. So now we add a quick code expression to add the current width and the delta x distance. All right, with this, our image width will be resized as the user drags it on the horizontal axis. Now we add a similar logic for on vertical drag update action trigger, so we can combine the current height and the delta y distance so the users can update the image size from the vertical axis. Now here's how the final description dialog looks like. Nice. All right, so now that we are done with the content part of the description dialog, we still need some widgets to let users choose the status, the priority, assignee, etc. But can we build that with a single widget that makes it more reusable and save time, John?
Absolutely. We can use a component and pass a widget as a parameter.
Ah, tell me more.
OK. We all know that components are reusable bits of UI. And wherever you use your component, there's always going to be something that changes. So maybe some text or some color. But up to this point, the only things that could change were widget properties, not the widgets themselves, until now. You see, now you can pass a widget, or more properly, a component, as a parameter, which means that your widget tree can be dynamic. So let me show you how this works. So we have this component right down here, and we've got these 4 buttons. And when you click on these, we get these custom dialogues. And these are great examples for when we can use this widget as a parameter, because we've got this stuff up here that doesn't change, and then we've got these widget trees down here that do change. So let's create this. So we're inside our base component here, and we want to define a new parameter just like we would with any other parameter. So we go in there, we add a parameter. These will be our widget contents. We select this new type, which is our widget builder down here. And just like when we're passing any other components, we'll probably have some parameters. So we're going to add one in here, which is our current selection. OK, great. So we've defined this parameter. Now we need to add it into our widget tree. That'll be the place where our component goes when we pass it in. So we're going to go in here and see we've got this new widget builder section with our widget contents parameter we just defined. Let's add it in. OK, that's great. but it doesn't look so good. So let's scroll down to the bottom here, and we've got this UI properties. And inside here, you're going to see every component from your project so that you'll get a visualization of what this will look like when you pass the component. There we go. Now, this isn't actually passing it. It's just a visualization to see what it'll look like when we do pass it, which is our next step. So we're inside our component here. We're on this element, which is a custom dialog. We've selected that element. Now we need to pass our parameters. There's our widget contents. And you can see it's expecting this new type of widget builder. And underneath, we have our components down here from our project, so we can just select that. We'll do it to the rest of those here, and that's it. So there, we have refactored this UI using the...
Oh, so sorry. So sorry.
We've refactored this UI. OK. Pooja, you are very popular today. What is going on?
I'm so sorry, but Leah has been texting me all day on Slack about this high priority task I was supposed to do today. But thanks to you, we are done with this task, so let's move this to completed. All right, so we have Leah's important task moving to completed. All right. You know what? I think I need to text her.
You know what would be great? What if we could integrate Slack so that every time the status changes to done, we get a notification?
Interesting, because I do have a Slack FlutterFlow project that can connect to any Slack channel of your choice, and you can send custom messages to the channel. Maybe we convert this into a library and import it into our project.
Beautiful. I'd love to see it.
Of course. All right, libraries. I am most excited about this one. A basic FlutterFlow project comes with a set of dependencies. These are packages or libraries that your app depends on to function correctly. As you add new custom actions and custom widgets, they are added to this dependency list. Now, with the introduction of libraries in FlutterFlow, you can turn your own projects into reusable dependencies. As in the case of our Slack Connect app, I will publish this project as a library so other FlutterFlow projects can import it as a dependency. All right, so here's my published history for the library. Now let's go back to our demo app that will import this Slack project. All right, so we click on the add dependency. We search for the library or the project name. And now it's added to your main project. That's it. So this means you can package up an entire FlutterFlow project having UI components like on-branded buttons, dialog boxes, APIs, custom code, app states, action blocks, and more, and share it as a library that can easily be added to other projects. This means that if you're working with teams or large enterprises managing multiple apps, libraries can streamline your development workflow and help you scale your app with a modular approach. Not only that, libraries come with versioning. So you can either choose to import an older version or whatever version of your choice in case your app depends on an older library version, or upgrade to the latest version if you need all the latest changes. All this allows you to manage compatibility issues so without being forced to update to the latest version immediately, because we know that updates can introduce breaking changes. To add the Slack Connect button from our library, we can look for the imported UI components in our widgets dialog. All right, so we add the Connect button to our settings sidebar menu. Now we are done. That's it. But here's a tip. When building libraries, it is important to provide customization options. For example, when building UI components in a library, it is important to ensure that you use the standard color system in the design system. So when the main project is importing this library, the main project's design system can take over. So our UI components can look on brand in any project that they are imported into. But if your integration or service has its own brand colors, you can add them to your library's design system as custom colors. when the main project imports these UI components using these custom colors, it will automatically follow the custom color scheme set by the library. Or you can let users customize this further. In the Slack Connect library, we have added the 4 brand colors into its theme, so users can select them through an enum. This ensures brand consistency, so we have added more, giving users more flexibility to choose from predefined options. Now let's talk about using the action blocks or the APIs from our library. In our demo, we will be calling the Notify Slack channel action block that internally calls the webhook Slack API and pushes a snack bar on a successful API call. It also takes a string message parameter to allow the main project to customize the string message that needs to be sent to the channel. In our case, we use combined text to combine the task information in the string, so we have a nice, readable, informative text sent to the channel. And that's it. Let's see that in action. So we have this demo where you can quickly add the webhook ID to the app, and then when you move the task to complete it, we have a notification. All right, now I can switch off my phone.
That is a great integration. And I think the best way to complete this demo would be to add some keyboard shortcuts.
Oh, that's such a good productivity hack for desktop apps. Let's do it.
So there are 4 keyboard shortcuts I want to add to this project. The first one is for this new issue right over here. It would be great for our users to be able to tap the C key and generate a new issue. So let's go do that. So we're on just a basic page here, and keyboard shortcuts are defined on the root widget right over here. So we're going to open up our action flow editor. We're going to add a new trigger, and you can see we've got this on shortcut press. When we press that, FlutterFlow is waiting for us to tap a key which will define which key will generate this logic. So we'll press the C key, accept that, and then you've just got a normal action flow editor. So we're going to define an action right here, an alert dialog. We're going to add our component, and it's as simple as that. So when our users tap the C key, we get a new issue. OK, that's keyboard shortcut number 1. But what I would love is for our users to be able to complete this journey without their mouse, so that they can fill out this issue and then press enter to actually create it. OK, so let's go do that. But you might notice something different, because here we are inside a component, because your keyboard shortcuts can be scoped to the component. This means that your global keyboard shortcuts won't have to contain all of your keyboard shortcuts. And the ones that you want executed only inside a component, you can do that. But they're defined the same way, right on the root widget. So let's open that up on shortcut press and enter. For this demo, we're just storing the data in an app state variable, so we'll update that. And then we'll just dismiss our dialog. OK, so let's see it in action. Let's create a new issue, maybe record no code as trash v2, and this time be nicer. Beautiful. So what do we want for our last 2 keyboard shortcuts? Well, what if we had a navigation mode so that our users could navigate through these issues with their keyboard? And the first thing we're going to need for that is a navigation mode. So let's add a variable for that. We'll add a navigation mode Boolean. OK, so we can add our keyboard shortcut. We're going to use Control or Command Enter. And yes, you can use combination shortcuts, and they're defined in the same way. Then we're simply going to toggle that value. OK, great. So we've updated. We're in navigation mode. But we haven't indicated this to the user in any way, right? So what I want to do is add a nice purple border around the issue that is selected. And to do that, we're going to need to know which item is selected. So we're going to have to add another variable. Here's our selected item variable. And we're just going to need some custom code to grab the first one. Then finally, we're going to come over to our border color right here. We're going to check if we are in navigation mode, and if the item right here that's selected is the one that's returned from that function, then we'll give it a nice, pretty purple border. OK. Then we just update that logic, and there it is. We can do Control-Command-Enter and enter into and out of navigation mode. Well, of course, no navigation mode would be complete if we couldn't arrow around here, so let's add that logic. So first, we're going to need 4 functions to handle each one of those logics, so we select the next item below or left or right. Then we're going to bind those to each of our arrow keys, and arrows are just keys, so they work in the same way. And we'll update each one of our selected item variables with those functions. And there we have it. Control-Command-Enter, and arrow through all of those. But you know what? I just thought of another keyboard shortcut that would be great. What if we had a Control-Alt-Delete?
John. I think we have had enough shortcuts. But those are such cool features. They are available next week. Who's excited to try them out?
And wouldn't it be great if we had an Action Triggers competition with prizes?
Absolutely. And we are so excited to see how you experiment with these features.
Next, we'd like to welcome up to the stage our lead product designer, Will Hobbick.
Woo! All right.
Thanks. Awesome. How's everybody doing? Thank you so much for being here for our second in-person FFDC. It's so amazing seeing so many amazing faces and familiar faces here. Now, today, I'm going to be chatting about crafting exceptional product experiences. My name is Will Hobbick, and I am the lead product designer here at FlutterFlow. Now, I wanted to throw up a photo of last year's FFDC, because I think this is a great point to reflect on how much the community has grown, how many new users we have on the platform. At this time last year, we had around 600,000, and now we're at 1.6 million. So give that a hand. That is phenomenal. I've really had the chance of a lifetime working alongside so many people. And actually, 3 months ago, I transitioned from working on the growth team to that lead product design role. And it's honestly really showed me how empowering the platform continues to be. As you saw in the keynote, we're entering an exciting new era at FlutterFlow with so many awesome new features. But with all this potential at our fingertips, the question becomes, how can we use these tools not just to build faster, but to build better? Today, I want to focus on exactly that. How can we use FlutterFlow to build exceptional product experiences? Because yes, it's one thing to add features, but it's another to design in a way that leaves a lasting impact. Whether it's through consistency, intuitive feedback, or the way we take responsibility for the overall user journey. I want to share some practical techniques that will help you elevate your designs, but also build apps that connect your users. Before we discuss steps to crafting that exceptional product experience, I think it's important that we define what an exceptional product experience really is. Because when we talk about products that people love, we're not just talking about something that works. We're talking about something that connects people, that solves problems effortlessly, and fits so seamlessly into their lives that they cannot imagine living without it. To illustrate this, I actually want to go right down the street to the New York Public Library. Now, if you happen to be here for a few days after the concert, I'd really encourage you to stop by and give it a look. You step inside, and immediately the experience begins. It's not just the books, or the architecture, or the silence. It's the feeling you get entering that library. Everything is designed with a purpose. None of this is accidental. Every element, down to the placement of a chair or the texture of the walls, it's been thought through to create an environment to really promote learning and reflection. But now let's imagine a very different library, one where there's books, but they're scattered, or there's shelves, the lighting is poor, right? It's a scary library. It's overwhelming to users. Now, this is the difference between great product design and poor product design, right? In a well-designed library, everything is intentional. It serves a purpose. But in the chaotic one, everything exists, but nothing truly works together. Just like in product design, the experience isn't about having features for the sake of having them, right? It's about having those features and how they come together to create that seamless and cohesive experience. Today, I want to walk you through 3 actionable steps to guide your process to creating an exceptional product experience. The first 2 will be practical, hands-on advice that you can take away to immediately elevate your designs in FlutterFlow. But the third is about something bigger. It's about the responsibility we have as designers or developers to make sure that what we build isn't just functional, but truly meaningful, that it truly serves a purpose. The first principle in creating an exceptional product experience is to curate consistency. Because here's the truth. Consistency is what builds trust in your product. When your design is predictable, it becomes seamless. It turns an experience from one that people normally have to struggle through to one that they don't have to think about. And in FlutterFlow, there's a few simple ways that we can make sure your design stays consistent and therefore builds trust in the application with your users. And the first is simplifying your color palette. A cluttered color palette with too many colors can create visual chaos. We've all experienced poor apps that are overwhelming with colors. When you start a new FlutterFlow app, start with just a few sets of colors, maybe a primary color or secondary color or some accent shades. This immediately gives your app a unified feel. And you can see that in the screenshots here, where we've only used about 4 to 5 colors, and the screens look pretty cohesive across the board. FlutterFlow's theme editor is an easy way to lock in those colors to use them consistently throughout your application. Next, think about reusing design patterns that work well for your users. If you find yourself building the same button styles or cards or layout, it's probably a sign to convert those into components. In FlutterFlow, it's easy to create components, ensuring that every time a user interacts with familiar elements, they need to be experiencing the same level of polish throughout your entire application. And it's really about creating a product that feels cohesive across every screen. Finally, focus on the small things, like padding or spacing. These might seem like minor details, but when they're inconsistent, it throws off the entire user experience. Now, if you look at these screenshots, the one on the left might look small, right? There's small padding issues. But in reality, across the entire application, this would create a very terrible user experience. So try to use standardized padding throughout your design. Also try to take advantage of FlutterFlow's alignment tools. Use things like item spacing or start and end spacing in columns or rows. Stop adding padding to every widget individually. Now, at this point, I know what you might be thinking. These are obvious suggestions. And you're right. But we all know the importance of color. We all know the importance of a design system or spacing. But here's the real challenge. Very few people actually take these principles seriously enough to apply them appropriately every single time. It's one thing to understand these best practices, but it's another to execute on them flawlessly. Too often, we fall into the trap that we could cut corners, that maybe that extra color that we set explicitly doesn't really matter, or that adding padding that's just a little off between pages doesn't affect the user experience, but it does. These small things matter. Here's the takeaway. We're not just creating products. We're creating experiences. And I'm going to repeat that over and over today, because I think that's extremely important. Every time you use consistency to build trust through a clean color palette, familiar components, or proper spacing, you're creating an app that feels reliable, professional, and intuitive. Users won't have to think twice while navigating your application. Next is providing feedback. Because when we talk about crafting exceptional user experiences, it's not just about how something looks. It's how users feel while using that application. And feedback is what keeps them connected to that experience. Imagine you click a button, and you wait, and wait, and nothing seems to happen. There's no loading spinner, no progress bar. You're left wondering if the app even registered your action, right? It's like if I were in the middle of this presentation and just stopped. It's pretty awkward, right? For both me and you. That's why clear feedback is essential to keeping your users engaged. In FlutterFlow, you can easily add things like loading states or empty states to let users know that something's happening in the background. Because again, it's not just functionality, it's about keeping them informed and reassured. Haptic feedback and system messages are also another great way to reassure your users by adding maybe a small success dialogue, or in this case, creating an account. Now, speaking of feedback, let's talk about animation. While a bit of animation can enhance the experience, long or unnecessary animations can really take away from the user experience. Think about our phones. They're second nature to us. When you pull out your phone, how quick you navigate to an app, or even switch between them to find information. Now, take the presentation, right? If every time I was switching between slides, how unbelievably frustrating would it be if you had to wait for this long, drawn-out animation to complete before the next slide appeared? It'd be frustrating for me and you, and it'd be a hell of a long conversation. In FlutterFlow, keep animations short and to the point. Let them guide users, and don't make them wait. We're not just designing for looks. We're designing to keep users engaged and get it out of their way. At the end of the day, again, we're not creating interfaces. We're crafting experiences. Providing clear feedback ensures that your users feel connected to those experiences, whether it's a well-placed loading state or a short animation. Now, let's talk about something that we, as developers and designers, have more control over than we realize. And this is one I really want you to focus on. As designers and developers, we're not just builders. We're responsible for the experiences we create and the impact that those experiences have on others. It's not enough to simply deliver a working product. We need to ensure that what we build is meaningful, ethical, and usable for everyone. In today's world, we're fortunate enough to have platforms like FlutterFlow that allow us to build faster than ever before. And if you've spent any time on social media recently, messages like these might seem pretty familiar. Yes, the speed which we can create is remarkable, but in many ways, it's also transformative. And in all honesty, this is the power of FlutterFlow. But here's the challenge. Speed is not the only goal with the platform like FlutterFlow. Speed is a tool. It allows us to iterate, refine, and bring our ideas to life quickly. It should never come at the expense of thoughtful, responsible design. When we focus solely on speed, we risk sacrificing quality, and that's where responsibility comes in. We have to hold ourselves accountable, not just to meet deadlines or to ship the next feature. We need to ensure that the products we create are truly exceptional. And this brings me to a critical point. When you raise the bar on your designs in FlutterFlow, you're not just helping yourself. You're helping everyone. Let me explain. Every time you prioritize thoughtful design, you're raising the standard for the community, for your clients, for agencies, for the FlutterFlow platform itself. You're pushing the boundaries of what can be done. And in doing so, you're inspiring others to do the same. Think about the last time you designed a product. Would you submit it to the FlutterFlow team? Would this empower us to think that the platform we're creating is truly empowering you to build the best products? Ultimately, what you design should be helping the entire ecosystem flourish. Responsibility means caring about the work that you put out into the world. It means recognizing that each design decision you make doesn't exist in isolation. It's a part of a larger system, a system where your choices ripple outward, affecting the user, the community, and even the future of the FlutterFlow platform itself. Our goal should be to balance the power of these tools with the responsibility to create something that truly matters, because when we do so, something amazing happens. We all get better. Our product gets better, our community gets better, and the platform we build on gets better. And that's the kind of progress that benefits everyone. So as you move forward, I challenge you to go beyond the features, go beyond the deadlines. Focus on elevating the experience for your users. Create products that not only work, but truly resonate. Products that solve problems and inspire. When you design with intention, you're not just making an app. You're making an impact. So as you leave here today, remember, what you create today shapes the experiences of tomorrow. Let's raise the bar, not just for ourselves, but for everyone who uses the products we create. Thank you. Maggie and Michael McCroskey to talk about integrating the power of AI into your applications.
"82% of mobile app developers are using AI wrong."
Now, is that a real stat? No. That's clickbait that we made up to help drive our point. If you're thinking that AI is just chatbots, you're not thinking big enough. Hi, I'm Michael, and I lead Marketplace at FlutterFlow.
And I'm Maggie, and I'm a solutions consultant at FlutterFlow.
Just less than a year ago, I was working at Google, supporting Google's developer tool stack. Now, to ship anything at a big tech company, it takes months, or quarters, or years, and I just wanted to ship things fast. Luckily, I stumbled across FlutterFlow one weekend, and it was the beginning of the end for me.
It was the beginning of the end for both of us, actually. Michael and I would stay up until 2 a.m. every night building apps in FlutterFlow. We had taken what I had built in traditional iOS Swift development in 3 years and rebuilt it in basically 3 weeks in FlutterFlow. I was a software engineer for Square at the time, and I remember thinking to myself, we could be building so much faster if we had just used this. Today, I help develop digital experiences for enterprise on FlutterFlow.
Now, AI is eating the world. No doubt, you use AI daily, whether consciously or subconsciously. And these models are really powerful, but they're only as good as the experiences we wrap around them. Our job as developers isn't just to toss AI into an app and call it a day. No, we need to create beautiful, intuitive experiences that make AI feel like magic. And let's be honest, a blank prompt box, not magic. Let's dive into a few examples.
So I know we just bashed chatbots, and don't worry, we have other examples, but they may just be the easiest way to get started with AI today. And by adding these 3 simple features, dynamic card components, audio transcription, and image context, you can make your chatbot way more dynamic and feature-rich. Sorry. So Michael and I live in Munich, Germany, which is awesome, except that we unfortunately don't speak German very well. And I think our problem is we determined pretty early on that it would be faster and more enjoyable to just learn FlutterFlow than actually sit down and learn German. And so we built an app in FlutterFlow that uses Gen AI Chat to help us navigate the German bureaucracy. Before we get into the features of the app, I want to go over how we handle supporting streaming structured outputs that can return partial JSON strings. OK, wait a second. What does that even mean? The best way to understand this is in this side-by-side. On the left, you see a simple string returned in the content field. OK, no problem. We can render that easily. But on the right, we show a structured output in JSON format. Why would we prefer this, which is clearly more complex? And the reason is structured outputs are your new best friend for dynamic card components. When you want to render structured data in FlutterFlow, you need your API to return in a structured way. by simply specifying to the assistant that when we want to render an email card, we need a toEmail, subject, and text. Not only is it guaranteed to be valid JSON, it's guaranteed to be valid JSON in the schema that we supply. But we also want to support streaming. FlutterFlow has an easy-to-use callback for this called onMessage, during which we will simply concatenate each chunk returned. OK, but wait a second. Concatenating chunks of JSON together may create invalid or malformed JSON objects. Thankfully, with a little bit of custom code, we're able to attempt to complete each JSON object. However, we may not be able to complete a valid JSON object each time we receive a chunk. Luckily, in FlutterFlow, we can just store a page state variable and store the last valid JSON completion we were able to make. OK, so let's walk through this. You can see we've received our first chunk here, but we can't yet determine what type of component to show. So we just show a loading component. OK, so now the next chunk comes in. We could see type, email card. Let's start to show a blank email card. Finally, we receive the next piece of data, and we can detect that there's a toEmail, and so we can start to render this toEmail address. Finally, the next chunk comes in. We can complete this, finish rendering that, and you can imagine how this would continue, and then we finish rendering the card. OK, so now that we have a way to stream structured responses, let's get to the fun part, designing how we will render that response. We simply map structured response outputs to parameters in our components and design 5 custom components to show, depending on the type of the structured response. OK, so now let's see a demo. Our elevator was broken recently, and so we used the native FlutterFlow record audio action and passed that file to an API call to use generative AI to transcribe our voice into text to draft an email to our landlord about our broken elevator. After some more conversation, still using our audio transcription feature via the Whisper API, we discovered that we could claim a rent reduction, which is rendered in a different type of dynamic card. And naturally, we want to learn more. Our template supports dynamic suggestions based on the assistant's response with the option to edit. So I tap on one of those, and the assistant summarizes, and will even provide an AI-generated illustration. And because a picture is worth 1,000 words, we also built in support for the user to upload their own images. Now, I bet you weren't expecting to see this. And the perfect way to demo this is using this beautifully complicated heat pump and cooling system that's inside our apartment. So before FlutterFlow, Michael and I would spend hours trying to decode this 296-page manual because this thing would somehow malfunction with every change in season. We also have this wild-looking schematic in our apartment that supposedly explains how this thing works. I don't know about you guys, but I chose software engineering so I wouldn't have to deal with schematics like this one. So let's test out how this works with our app. We can take a picture of our schematic, upload it to our app just using native FlutterFlow actions, and ask it to explain to us how it works. OK, great. So it responded with an explanation. I'm still not sure I understand how this thing works, but I think that's more my husband's problem to fix. Right, Michael?
No. No. Maggie knows full well that I'm not a handyman. I'm just a coder. So we'll get back to something that I know, which is FlutterFlow. Maggie and I love to travel the world with our 2 boys. And we've been to some really cool Airbnbs over the years. But recently, we stayed in one where we found out we weren't the only guests living there.
Those are not orange. He was there. Last scene here. Yeah, it's totally him. He's like, there he is. Maggie's gonna take the hanger and basically scare him. Yes. Okay. And then call it.
So luckily, everyone lived. But given that there were lots of critters during our stay, we thought that we might want to politely call this out in the review. And it had us thinking how we could have AI help us write the review. So we started by redesigning the Airbnb review flow. And to start, we use a rating bar where when you tap each star, you can see it changes the choice chips below. That's really boring. You guys all know how to do that in 2 minutes. Where it gets really cool is that there's an autocomplete component here, which will use AI to finish your sentences as you type. And to accept a suggestion, you simply tap tab or swipe across. Now, how does this work? This is a simple stack with a text field on top and light gray text underneath. And with every change of the text field, we fire a streaming API call to GPT-4o Mini with the existing text and a prompt with some guidance on how to complete it. And finally, we use the tab keyboard action or the gesture to texture actions to rewrite the contents of the text field to concatenate the existing value in the text field and what the API returned. But we can go a bit further. Sometimes we want AI to modify what we've already written. And that's why we built dynamic modifiers. Here, I accidentally wrote some German, and it comes up with a suggestion to translate it to English. That's perfect. And in this case, on every text change, we return ways to modify the text via an API, and we store that in a data type that we call modifier. And by simply changing this enum right here, we can automatically handle new ways to change the text. This could be used to correct grammar, to shorten it, make it funnier, or even translate it. And like I mentioned, it works really good for fixing grammar, specifically because we're only returning the deltas to be modified. We are not rewriting the whole original string. And modifiers are great, too, if we want to guide users towards writing more understandable or polite content. And in this case, we got a little carried away, so I'm happy that it has a suggestion at the bottom to make this a little bit more polite so that other users might be completely scared away from this Airbnb. Now, you might have noticed something here. This is my favorite thing. It's a really cool animation going on. And in this case, let's see if we can expand the details of this. And you can see this animation in action with a lot of text. We'll go ahead and tap Expand Details. And here, it's rewriting it. But what have we done? We've taken the string, and we've split it into individual words. And we render each word within a wrap. And then we add, in that wrap, animation with a delay that's based on the index of the string. Setting this up in FlutterFlow took about 3 minutes. And I don't really like what it did here, so we can just go ahead and tap to undo it. Perfect. This is ready to submit. Now we can use AI again. And this time, we're going to use it to summarize and enrich the content. And in this case, we're pulling out a key quote or some key highlights, or maybe some lowlights, and we can render it right here. Now, whenever we integrate AI, it's best to follow 4 key steps. Step 1, infer as much as we can based on the context and history and our users. Step number 2, always present choices to the user and let them override it. Notice how, in the case of this text field, you never have to accept the autocomplete text, because at its core, it's still just a text box. And if we're using AI to validate inputs, make sure that it's non-blocking, since we always trust the users to have the best context. Step number 3, we summarize and enrich the content, but only when we have enough examples to be confident in the model's output. This is really helpful for sentiment analysis, bolding certain text, translating, tagging it, really whatever you want. Finally, step 4, build in FlutterFlow. Like we said, AI models are powerful, but they're only as good as the experiences that we wrap around them.
And FlutterFlow makes creating that experience possible in days, not weeks or months or years.
And actually for you, this is possible in minutes thanks to Marketplace.
So try these templates out yourselves for free by cloning these templates on Marketplace.
Thank you. And we'll hand it off to Puff.
I'm just going to stand here and high five all afternoon. OK, how did you like those talks? I actually don't even have to ask. I was watching the stream in the back, and I could see all the phones going up. You were all taking pictures of the QR codes. It's wonderful. Did I overpromise? Were those wizards with FlutterFlow? Thank you. OK. Hey, we have a short break now. I don't know how long. I think it's 10 minutes or something like that. So go out, grab something to drink, find the restroom or something that you need, and then back here whenever the gong starts ringing. And we'll do the second block of afternoon talks where we're going to hear from some external folks and about all the other things you can do with FlutterFlow. Does that sound like a plan? Yeah. See you in a bit. Are you ready, Jamie? Are you ready? I'm going to do a slightly longer intro for you, just so you know, so that I set them up for note.
Please welcome to the stage, Puff.
We now all recognize that voice, right? That announces me. That's John, right? The voice of FlutterFlow. Like, he did that voiceover. So the disembodied John, as we call him. Like, hey there, everyone. Good to see you. I'm glad that you're still here. Like, I'm enjoying myself for sure. We have another block of talks for you. But first off, it's something I forgot to ask earlier, and it's a shame because we're like a bit, like everyone's still essentially having a drink. So I am a traditional developer. Don't tell me I'm a code monkey, right? I write code. I love that. Who identifies as a developer, as a coder? Yeah. So that also means that if your hand isn't up, then I assume that you don't identify as a coder, right? Is that correct? Any non-coders here? Like, don't be. I love that. Okay, because you're not alone, right? FlutterFlow is great for like traditional coders and what I call non-traditional developers alike, right? It's wonderful, and we have a great example for that. So we have 4 talks back to back. I'm also in there. And we're going to start off with a designer who actually built a very successful app on FlutterFlow. So please give a warm welcome to Jamie Brown.
Where's this clicker? Thank you. Thanks, Puff. I'm not a designer, by the way, but Puff likes to think I am. No, so let's dive straight in. I'm going to give you a little background on who I am and what Arrive is, how and why I've approached building in FlutterFlow, and then a quick focus on 2 specific parts of the build, a booking calendar and a messaging system. So the first obvious question is, what is, oh, wrong slide, sorry. What is Arrive? Well, imagine if a hotel could have unlimited on-demand marketing content from incredible photographers, videographers, or writers, just with none of the usual agency costs or travel expenses, and even no content fees, all in a platform that's as easy to use as Airbnb. The go-to-market is a SaaS-enabled marketplace that lets hotels leverage their empty rooms, hosting those photographers, videographers, or writers who pay for their stay with the raw marketing content that hotels need. As an example, you could have a food photographer visit a hotel in Marrakesh for 3 nights, paying to stay there by shooting the new restaurant menu. The hotel saves the money they'd usually pay to hire someone, and the photographer gets to use an empty room at an amazing hotel while they're traveling. It's bartering, just with content as the currency. And it's evolved from my own contrasting backgrounds, both in finance and actually as a hotel photographer. For now, the very cliched way to think of it is a literal Airbnb for creative people, in time expanding to all types of accommodations, restaurants, and real-world experiences. The long-term vision is a little bigger. I'm keeping that private for now. But if we go back a few years, Arrive started as just me, with my camera, as that photographer in Marrakesh. It started as nothing to do with tech. It was just me taking photos as my hobby. It evolved first getting free stays at hotels, then charging subscriptions for my photography, then organizing other people doing that, a kind of a community model. But over time, I realized that it had to be a marketplace that leveraged empty rooms. It had to be a SaaS tool that saved the hotels money. That's the real scalable business model. But I had no idea how to build that. I'd worked in finance for 8 years, not tech. So I looked at all the options and all the platforms, but because Arrive is so content-heavy with photos and videos, what I really needed was a scalable backend that I could get some credits for. I'm bootstrapping. That's Firebase. And pretty quickly through Firebase, I found FlutterFlow. And it worked natively with Firebase. It was a more familiar design experience. I could build quicker and scale further and cheaper. You know the rest. So I switched to FlutterFlow as quickly as I could. And since then, I've been doing things that don't scale. Building, testing, physically going to the hotels to personally do their first partnership with me as creator 0 in the platform. See, I'm now technical enough to know that lists start at 0 rather than 1. And as a funny example of how non-technical I was, the original name that I had for the idea was actually Flutter. I had no idea about Flutter Toolkit, and the first time I heard of it was when someone asked me if I was working on Flutter at Google. So that's the background. Now, let's have a look at the calendar and messaging system. So starting with the calendar, this is really the base of all the workflows in Arrive. It lets a hotel set availability, and creators can then send requests for available dates. It's default closed, and that probably feels quite familiar, because it's mirrored from Airbnb's open source Horizon calendar. The problem was that I had no idea how to get that Swift calendar from GitHub into FlutterFlow, so I just had to build my own. Now, if you look at the structure of a calendar, it starts with a simple horizontal row to display a set number of months in advance, say 12 columns, 12 months. Then within those columns, you have the dynamic data for each month. There's a title, say September. The days of the week are fixed, so that's easy. And then you have a 7-column dynamic grid to display the correct date within that month. It obviously needs to show that today, the 17th, is in the Tuesday column. To generate all the dates, there's a cascade of custom functions that give you the dynamic data you need at each stage. And the eventual data you have within that specific day in the grid slot is just a date time for the index of the month within the date within a month, say number 17 for today. You then obviously have a lot of conditional styling. If the date's in the past, if it's outside of that grid's month, if it's an available date, if it's selected, blocked out, however it is, they all need to have different styling to make the user aware of all the options for that date in a really familiar way. And all of that is just handled through conditionals on the fill, border, and text colors. Some of them are pretty complex and go like 5 levels deep with multiple and/or conditions, but it's all native and fully customizable. So hopefully that shows you that you can build something as complex as a calendar with all the edge cases around dates and times, all within FlutterFlow, just with a little bit of help from whichever AI tool you use. The next part is the messaging system, and this has even less code. It's kind of a fully responsive messaging mega component with everything you need in a chat system. So it all starts with structuring the content in 2 panels. On the left, we have a list of the conversation documents. On the right, a list of the messages sub-collection within the active conversation. So the main feature is obviously sending messages, photos, videos, even voice notes. You can then reply direct to any message with any other message type, or send a quick emoji reaction. These are all just implemented through a lot of conditionals, states, logic flows, but it's as clean and simple as possible. You then have a typing indicator, which is handled by a backend update on the conversation document, triggering when someone's typing. To go with that, you've then got delivered and read times in that same custom dialog. These are just simple date time fields on the conversation document. And the final part of that flow is the toast notifications. This is basically a list that sits at the top in front of the rest of your content. There's also a simple archiving system, just a conditional builder for the list of conversations, one showing active, the other showing archived. And the last feature is a kind of fuzzy search that you can set really any action you like on the results. It just works in a nice, clean way in a stack to allow for that seamless transition when toggling Boolean state search visible. The whole thing is, of course, responsive down to 360-pixel mobile, all done through really simple conditional padding settings. On mobile, it just hides that right side message panel and makes it visible when state active chat is set. And finally, of course, it has dark mode. That's 5 minutes in FlutterFlow. And it only has one custom function, relative time for timestamps. And the only reason I didn't use FlutterFlow's built-in relative time feature is because I wanted exact custom control over the words it says, to be able to say, sent just now, or sent last week. And that's a good example of where you can supplement all the built-in features of FlutterFlow with little bits of simple custom code. So yeah, that's Arrive's messaging system. It's hyper-functional, design-focused, and all running through just 2 Firebase collections, users and conversations. If you want to have a look at either of those, you can actually play around them yourself on the marketplace. You can search for Acme Cal or Acme Chat, and you should find them straight away. So I hope that shows you that I can build far more than I ever thought I'd be able to on my own. I can take that directly to my users, the hotels, and literally build the product with them. FlutterFlow gives determined, non-technical people superpowers. It's as simple as that. So to wrap up, my final words to anyone who has a background like me is to just start building. Learn the basics by actually building something. I guarantee you'll be able to build far more than you think. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage, Samer Montes.
Hi, everyone. You just heard from a non-technical developer and designer right now. I'm more on the developer background, so who here is a developer that uses code or in traditional coding? Okay, so we have a lot of them. So I think this will be interesting for you. Who here has a team built that are planning to use FlutterFlow or are already using FlutterFlow? That's great. So I think you will like this. For those of you who don't know me, I am the CEO of a company called Mocha, and I'm also leading an R&D team that it's mainly working with FlutterFlow in a company called Nuclea Solutions in Guadalajara, Mexico. We now have 27 full-time FlutterFlow developers working with us, helping companies just grow their business. But building a team with FlutterFlow, it's not just as straightforward as holding interviews and just asking traditional developers, do you know how to use FlutterFlow? We started over 2 years ago, so then mostly there was no developers that knew FlutterFlow. There were no developers who knew how to use FlutterFlow. So we try to solve that, creating an internship that it's available for everyone here that speaks Spanish. If you want to join, you're welcome to join. We have this internship, and we try to teach them how to use FlutterFlow and how to become experts in the tool. Every generation, at the end, we pick the best ones, and we offer them a job at Nuclea Solutions. But even after that, we listened to them, and we noticed that some of them were hesitant on going from traditional development to a low-code tool. And don't get me wrong, this wasn't a thing of FlutterFlow. That was more in the mentality of traditional developers. So I'm going to try to answer the questions and the comments that I get from them to see if this can help you grow your team and how to convince them that this tool is good for teams working with regular Flutter and they want to jump to FlutterFlow. Even for React teams, they just love it. So this is the one that I get a lot, since we get a lot of recently graduates. So they just say, I just spent 4 years of my life learning all these tools, and now I'm supposed to limit myself with low code. Do I even have control over the code that I create? So I tend to teach them how to do it, but I also show them what they can build. FlutterFlow lets you use custom code. So that's amazing. So they already know how to build stuff with Flutter or with other language. They can still do that inside of the platform. So there's a little animation of a drop zone that it's not a feature available yet on FlutterFlow, but we managed to make it work. And that's how I'm trying to convince them that they can still do the things that they are already doing. What happens if I want to work outside of FlutterFlow? Can I do that? That's also a concern that we had at Nuclea at the beginning, because we didn't want to just be there stuck, and if our clients asked for the code or something, we weren't able to give them the code. But with FlutterFlow, you don't have this concern. You can see the code. You can just see the widgets and see the code side by side. You can download the code, and you can even push it to GitHub directly from the platform, and you can keep on working wherever you want. Even if you don't want to keep on using FlutterFlow, you can just do it. Okay, I can download the code, but what about the code quality? Isn't it hard to add things outside of the platform? You just saw the presentation of the VS Code. It's easier now, but you can do it. The code that you get, it's clean, it's scalable, and it's ready for production. So don't be afraid of having crazy ideas and having big products and big things in your platform. It will handle it, and you can just add as much as you want. I don't think I will be able to build complex things with it. This is one question or comment that I always get, and I show them what we're building. As I said at the beginning, I'm also the CEO at Mocha. This is a crypto wallet that we're building in other platforms around cryptocurrencies. And there's no much things about crypto in Flutter, neither in FlutterFlow. So we managed to add some Rust code to the code that FlutterFlow generates using the Flutter Rust bridge. So that's how good the code that it generates is. So if you want to do it, you can also grab other type of languages and put it inside and build your own Frankenstein. I know that we developers love to do that because we are used to all these plugins and all that stuff. So you can do it. It works. We're also building the Mocha Explorer and the Mocha Point of Sale fully on FlutterFlow. So we are now creating and expanding our ecosystem around FlutterFlow and around crypto. And that's one of the most complex things that we're building right now. So yeah, you can build complex things with it. We're also building an ERP at Nuclea, and we've managed to add all these features that you will see behind me, and they just work seamlessly. Some of them are already through FlutterFlow, and if they're not integrated with FlutterFlow right now, doesn't matter. You can just do the code and add them, and most of them already have SDK for Flutters, so it works. This is the one that goes all the way to the mentality of traditional developers. And most developers, me included, when I started this journey with FlutterFlow, I thought that low code was not real coding. I thought it was just like a gimmick on top of coding, and it was like lowering my standards as a developer. I thought that if I go to a company and say, hey, I'm a low code, I'm a FlutterFlow developer, they will look as if I was less of a developer. But I think this is not the case. FlutterFlow, you can see it as a tool that just lets you build faster. It lets you get to the business logic faster because they already handle all the boring stuff and all the repetitive stuff for you. So you can go and do whatever the client wants, or if you have a crazy idea, just go and build that. Forget about integrating Firebase, forget about Algolia search and everything. That's already built in the platform. What should I do if I encounter a problem? I'm used to going into Stack Overflow. Who here has used Stack Overflow to answer questions? Basically everyone, right? And there's no many questions and answers about FlutterFlow. That's why FlutterFlow created the community. You will be amazed of how many times I've answered my team's questions with a link to the community. Because for sure, most of the questions that you will get while working with your project, they're already solved in the community. So take a look. I'll encourage you all to join the community and be part of it. Also help others if you already know how to do something. I know we're humans. Everybody working in FlutterFlow, it's an amazing team, but they are humans too. So there's bugs in every platform. FlutterFlow can have bugs. So you can go to the support and just click there, ask for help, and they will fix it really fast. You also have that. I would like to show you this video. I don't know if it's playing. Yeah. Is it really worth using FlutterFlow if you're an agency with complex clients? I think FlutterFlow is a great advantage because you can compete with MVPs and prototype really fast. If the competition in your country or the other agencies are going to the client and just show them a paper that it's going to be this, we're going to do this, but you show up with something like this that we built in one day, everything you see there, it's just one day of work, you will get the client because they're already seeing something working. They're not just having crazy ideas and the paperwork just of what you're going to get. So FlutterFlow, it's like coding, but faster and more fun, visually. Basically, that's what I say to them, and that's how I convinced 27 people to join my team, and now they're working full-time with FlutterFlow, and some of them already have their own outside Nuclea projects, and they're doing well. So I hope this helped you, and you will get these comments and questions for your team and make it grow. Thank you for your time.
Please welcome to the stage, Cody Hunt.
Hey everybody, how's FFDC going? Having fun? All right, I am super excited to be here, and I'm super excited to talk a bit about a side of FlutterFlow that not so many people get to see, and that's our work with enterprise. My name's Cody, and I'm a solution consultant working with the enterprise and design teams here at FlutterFlow. I've been working at the company for just over a year now, and I've been working in FlutterFlow, building, for just under 2 years. What I'll be discussing today is why enterprises are choosing to build their experiences and their complex products in FlutterFlow. And I'd like to start by talking about radios. I was recently listening to a podcast with Henry Modison, who's the head of design at Perplexity AI. Henry was talking about the competitive landscape of radios in the mid-20th century. He noted that the technology behind radios at the time was already a solved problem. Every manufacturer had access to the same technology and the same radio frequencies as everybody else. Now, what that led to was a bit of an explosion in industrial design, right? What set one radio apart from the other wasn't the underlying technology, it was the design, the form, and the function. And this was a bit of a unique phenomenon, right? Usually because tech evolves so quickly, it's the technology itself that is the differentiator, but here, design was the competitive edge. Now, Henry drew parallels between this and where AI hardware design is today, but I actually see a similar link with where we are in software development today. What do I mean by that? With Gen AI, open source tools and platforms like FlutterFlow that are lowering the barrier of entry for building powerful products, I think the playing field's being leveled again. And if that's true, I guess the question is, what becomes the new competitive advantage? How do companies, big or small, attract customers and retain employees in this age of Gen AI and kind of competitive and technical parity? My argument is that experiences are the new differentiating factor. Does the product do what it needs to do? But also, is the experience consistent across devices? But most importantly, is it delightful? Do users enjoy getting to use the app, or do they dread having to open the app? At FlutterFlow, we refer to this as experience engineering. And it's through this lens that I want to explore why enterprises are choosing FlutterFlow to build their products. So a few weeks ago, I gave myself a challenge. I wanted to put myself in the shoes of our enterprise customers, and I wanted to see what it's truly like to build a complex product in FlutterFlow. What you see on the screen behind me is the result of that challenge. A consumer banking app with interesting, somewhat impractical interactions and animations. I feel like Will would judge me quite a bit. An internal RFP management platform where teams can kind of work together and leverage AI to draft proposals and respond to RFPs. Now, I'm an ex-management consultant, so naturally a platform for drafting proposals is very close to my heart. It is incredible the speed at which you can create these modern interactive interfaces in FlutterFlow. But I quickly realized that building sleek interfaces is one thing. Building enterprise-grade, production-ready products that handle real infrastructure complexity is a whole different ballgame. So ultimately, what these challenges and working with our customers has really reinforced to me is building enterprise-grade products is really hard. It's not just about design and functionality. It's about managing security, dealing with legacy infrastructure, and delivering a quality experience that can scale from thousands of employees to millions of users. So in the face of all this complexity, let's get right to it. Why are companies choosing FlutterFlow? I think it comes down to 4 key themes: speed, talent, governance, and culture. Let's quickly go over each one. Speed. FlutterFlow shortens the time it takes to go from idea to functional high-fidelity prototype, bypassing a lot of the traditional design, develop, handoff complexity. It also accelerates turning those prototypes into production-ready features, shrinking feedback loops and shrinking iteration cycles. Talent. FlutterFlow clarifies roles within a team. What do I mean by that? Developers can focus on business logic, and designers can have control over the pixel-perfect experience. It helps teams focus on what they do best without worrying about minor details like whether or not that border radius should be 6 pixels or 8 pixels. Governance. FlutterFlow allows companies to create a centralized visual library for product development, helping them manage components, theming, integrations, and business logic across teams. This reduces duplication of effort and ultimately helps the customer experience be more consistent. Finally, culture. FlutterFlow is reshaping how organizations think about timelines. Teams are realizing that they can deliver over 10 to 20 projects a year rather than just 2 or 3. It's also expanding their imagination with respect to what they're actually activating out of their idea pipelines. Something else that we're seeing, and that I think is very important, is that FlutterFlow is encouraging a sort of run-with-it culture within teams, where employees feel empowered to act on their ideas and build quick prototypes to start conversations within their teams. All right, let's look at some real-world examples. While we're limited in what we can share for some of these because some of them are still in-flight projects, I'll walk you through 3 cases that I think highlight some successes that enterprises are having building in FlutterFlow. Let's start with Axis Bank. Axis is one of India's largest banks, reaching over 1 billion people. Their mobile banking app has over 78 million downloads. That's double the population of my home country, Canada. At that scale, modernizing an app isn't just about making it look better. It's about ensuring nothing breaks for the millions of users that rely on it daily. Now, Axis needed to modernize key user journeys, like payment flows and consolidated service views, without disrupting the experience of their 20 million monthly active users. With a team of 20 developers, they built and seamlessly integrated these journeys into their existing app using FlutterFlow. And what was the result? Axis continues to have the world's highest rated mobile banking app on the Google Play Store with a rating of 4.8. They have a 4.7 on the iOS App Store. What you're seeing behind me is a look at one of the new modules they built. As you can see, it has multiple languages, the ability to generate and scan QR codes to initiate payments, and even NFC-powered tap-to-pay functionality. All of this integrated into a live, complex app with hundreds of screens being used by millions of users. NTUC Fair Price. NTUC is the largest supermarket chain in Singapore. Their use case was a little bit different. They wanted to build an internal application for their employees. Now, employee experience is just as important as customer experience when it comes to digital products these days. So NTUC wanted to build an engagement super app for their 14,000 employees. The challenge was integrating it with their existing enterprise systems, from authentication, leveraging multiple data sources, all while delivering a smooth AI-powered experience. With just one developer, they built the platform in 4 months. Lastly, ICICI Prudential Asset Management. They needed to build an entire wealth management app for both iOS and Android platforms. Now, in banking, delivering secure, compliant products isn't optional. It's a regulatory requirement. So they needed to integrate the app into their existing CI/CD pipeline while ensuring compliance and managing a fairly rapid release cycle. Now, people are often curious about just how big products built in FlutterFlow can be. So let's take a look at some numbers. This application included 250 pages, 300 components, and 350 API endpoints. Not only that, the project leverages 630 custom functions, 60 custom actions, and only 13 custom widgets. In total, this project produced over 750,000 lines of Dart code. Now, this was a massive undertaking by the product team, and it's a true testament to just how big products built in FlutterFlow can get to. Now, in each of these examples, the real differentiator wasn't just speed or functionality. It was how small teams with short timelines built high-quality experiences despite infrastructure and regulatory constraints. And just to wrap things up, and going back to my radio analogy, I think we're coming into an age of competitive parity when it comes to digital products. What's going to give one product the edge over the other is the experience that it provides its users. FlutterFlow is helping organizations cut through complexity to deliver those experiences. Thanks for the time. And back on the stage, the one and only Puff.
It's the one reason I constantly want to be here, is giving high fives to all the speakers. How did you like those talks? Okay. Now we have one more in that block. I actually should have changed shirts, because right now I'm not your host, but I'm your speaker. And I've got bullet points. I actually need a clicker for this one. These are my bullet points, so nothing fancy. There is a clicker here, good. Okay, before we head into the final block and before we send you off to a break before that, I want to talk to you because no, I'm not going to sit. I was wondering, do I just sit down for this one? I need your help. It's really simple. So by now you've noticed, right, that I'm somewhat excitable. Right? It's I'm a bit bouncy. You might have noticed that. I'm a geek. I'm excitable about technology. I really am. I can't help it. This is not a mask that goes off when I go on stage. My wife will confirm that I'm really that excited about everything tech. And we sort of leaned into that a bit when I joined FlutterFlow 2 months ago, right? We did a little video where John was having some fun, right, on the fact that in some minor part of tech, I'm somewhat of a celebrity. Who used Firebase? Good, okay. I like that, and thank you. Make some noise about Firebase. I can't do it now because I'm on stage. Earlier I did it in the back, but so I've been in tech for 40-some years, and yes, thank you. I look quite nice for that. I've been a professional techie for 30+ years. So I started coding a long time ago. I was actually a developer for the first 20 years of that. I launched a lot of apps. I wrote a lot of bad code. I also wrote quite some good code. And that all changed 12 years ago, something like that, when I, in early 2012, discovered this technology that was really cool. You could, it was like a cloud database, and you could connect to that database directly from your JavaScript code that runs in the browser. It's really amazing. Not sure if you've ever done that, but it's really cool. Not just that, but if multiple browsers would be connected to the same database, then if one of you made a change, all the other ones got that change in almost real time. It was so cool. Now, if this sounds familiar, this is Firebase, right? This was Firebase, and I was one of the early users of Firebase. I loved it. I was playing with it, built some games, never published anything because just like all developers, right, I have a closet full of unfinished projects, right? And I suddenly noticed that people were asking questions about that on Stack Overflow. I loved it when Zamer earlier asked if people use Stack Overflow, because I do, right? But I also answer questions on Stack Overflow. So I started explaining to people how to do NoSQL data modeling, something that most people hadn't done before, and honestly, what a lot of people still struggle with. Right? Then I also started explaining how to use that SDK, how to deal with that weird from server to client push that was brand new at the time for everyone. I just did that because I felt like helping developers build apps, and I thought that Firebase was the way forward to build apps. Much to my surprise, a while later, the folks at Firebase reached out and said, hey, we like what you're doing. Do you want to come do that for us, work for us? I was like, sure, I'd love that. So that led to me joining Firebase, and that led to me being at Google for the past 10 years. So I've been the face of Firebase for most of that 10 years, and I'm not anymore, which is taking some getting used to for the Firebase team, but also for me. But during that time, we grew Firebase from 100,000 registered developers to 4.5 million monthly active developers. That's a lot of developers. The one thing that motivates me about that is that if we have more people building apps, we get more apps. And if there's more apps, let's be realistic, right? Most of the apps I build are not very good. Let's be really honest. Most of the apps you build are not really good. I really should click. Sorry, I had slides. I forgot about that. But that's OK, because if we have more people building more apps, we're going to get more good apps too, right? Not every app is bad. It's just a percentage, right? And it's just a numbers game. I want more people to build more apps. So nothing made me happier than at the start of this blog when I asked, right, who considers themselves a traditional developer, right? And hands go up, and then it's like, cool. So who does not consider themselves a traditional developer, right? So at Google, I kept answering questions, by the way, so I've by now answered, I on average, apparently over the past 10 years, answer 4 to 5 questions on Stack Overflow every day. So that adds up to about 18,000 answers, which is not like, I'm not trying to brag with numbers. Given that, about 29 million views on those answers. What I'm trying to say is you can't answer that many questions without having some good answers in there. And that means that if you've used Firebase, and you all did, if you ever searched for like how to do something in code with Firebase, you found one of my answers. That's how a lot of people know me, right? So if you were wondering why did we play into that with the video, it's like because a lot of people know me. I also started doing video for Google. I've recorded probably 120, 130 videos on the Firebase channel, then also on the Flutter channel, and on other Google channels. And guess what? If you like have your face on the Google YouTube channel, then you become somewhat of a minor celebrity, right? So that's why a lot of people want to take selfies. Today has like not been too weird in that sense, so all good. But I also started doing conference talks. And I've probably done 150 talks over the past 10 years, from very small audiences, like just a meetup with like maybe 10 people or something, to like 1,000 attendees and more. And including stuff like being on the main stage at Google I/O, which is fun to do, but of course Google doesn't just let you go onto the stage without prep, right? So been trained on that one. And one of the things I remember about the training is that they ask you, it's like, what do you think people will remember from your talk? It's like cocky puff, right? It's like, oh, they'll remember the title, the joke I made when I started, right? The 3 bullet points that I wrote down, right? And they'll remember the call to action. Do you think this is true? No. What do you think people remember from your talk? You might remember that I move a lot. The camera people definitely will remember that part, but they remember how they felt, right? You're on a, why is Puff talking to me so much, right? So you're confused. That's what you're going to remember. So the attendees remember the emotion that you made them feel. Now, experienced speakers know this, right? In fact, they work with this, because they try to get to a certain emotion so that you remember those bullet points, the things that they want you to remember, right? So they may tell a story, because it's much easier to feel for a story than it is to feel for a random word that I put on a slide. I learned over time that I tend to bring out one of 2 emotions. And I think one of them we've seen a lot today, which is excitement, right? It's like I'm excited about technology, and somehow that rubs off to people, right? And I think Majid Hassan, an organizer in the Flutter community and now published author, said that best at some point for Flutter Vikings. When I came off stage, he said, yeah, when Puff shows something, I always want to try it straight away, right? Which is a good thing for my type of work, right? Because like, it really helps if we're launching new features that you want to try them. So that's a really important emotion, right? It's like excitement for technology rubs off, which is why we tell all the speakers, right? It's like, hey, be excited. Don't be afraid to be excited. It's also why I speak way too fast, by the way. But the other one is honestly the one that I think is much more important. So I have one type of talk that I've probably given 100 times now. And it's a talk where I live code an app, typically a chat app, sorry, in 20, 30 minutes. And I call that one 0 to app because I try to start from 0. So either an empty text file, or if I'm on Android Studio, file new project, right? Or in Flutter, I start with the counter app. And I turn that into a chat app in 20 minutes. Doing that without any hidden magic, right? So I try to not have any hidden snippets, right? Nothing like that. No GitHub starter branch or anything, right? Just try to write the code as if that's all there is. And I noticed something interesting, because I can see when I do that that some part of the audience leans forward. Especially when I tell them, it's like, hey, since I'm live coding, I need your help if I make a mistake, right? So I find that like they want to call out when I make a typo, which is awesome. The other part are during the talk, I see some people, like their eyes are like, huh, he's doing this for real. There's no secrets here. He's not like a magician pulling a rabbit out of a hat, right? It's like, this is real coding. And honestly, it's not that hard, right? He's just typing some text in some box somewhere, right? But he's not at any point am I doing like the cooking show, you know that one, right? Like, so now we need to bake this for 20 minutes. Here's one I prepared earlier, right? Like, none of that. But I can see it in their eyes, right? I can see it that they're like, huh, could I do this? Could I build an app? That's the emotion that I go for. I'm not sure what to call it, right? But it's the hopefulness that they can build an app. Because these people apparently didn't think that they could build an app, but they can. Now, that's why I asked you earlier, right? Who considers themselves a coder and who doesn't? Because I'm a coder, right? I'm completely comfortable in VS Code, right? I love living there. I love the stupid errors that it gives me. But I also know that for some people it doesn't. And that's okay. We just need different tools for those people. I'm taking some extra time. You have to deal with it there in the back. I want to tell you about two people that are really important in my life. One of them is my wife, and she's a language specialist at Apple. So she makes sure that like, the Dutch language things in some of their tools are correct. Something she will tell you is not technical, right? Then my best friend, who was a program manager at Google for 10 years, also would say, right, that she's not technical. Now, both of them do a lot of their work in spreadsheets, right? Makes sense. And over the years, I've noticed that in their spreadsheets, the formulas keep getting more and more complex. To the point where now, if I watch over their shoulder and I see them working, those formulas are more complex than most of the code I write in a week. When they're asking for help, I have no idea how to debug it, right? This is amazing, because all that changes from the text that I write to what they do with formulas is the tool that they use. It's the tool that makes the builder. That's why we need more tools. And I think that's important, because I think app developers are shaping the world. AI developers too, but app developers for sure. Have been doing that for many, many years now. In fact, the best time to become an app developer, I can tell you, right, is 25 years ago when I started. But the second best time is to do that today, right? So I need your help. It's really simple. When I ask my friends, it's like, hey, what do you want to do next? She says, ooh, I want to learn about AppScript. And AppScript is amazing. Like, totally get that. I want her to learn about AppScript. But my wife has to suffer through my excitement every day. And for the past 2 months, I've been telling her a lot about FlutterFlow. And you know what? I can see it in her eyes. There's an idea for an app there. She's going to build it soon. So what I want from you is to think about all the people around you. Talk to them about what you do. Don't try to convert them. It's not needed. Tell them what you're building and why you're excited about what you're building. And tell them how you're building it. I love it if it's FlutterFlow, but if it's any other technology, just tell them. Because together we can create more app builders. Thank you. Okay. Imagine a shirt change. We're now going to do a break for, I have no idea how long. Let me check the schedule. I actually really don't know. Like, I have this very big spreadsheet here. Let me see when we need to be back here. We need to be back here at 2, excuse me? Oh. I have no idea. Does anyone in the back know? In 10 minutes? In 10 minutes. OK, we need to be back here in 10 minutes. So 2:50, 2:49, actually. Let's all be back here. If you want to stay here, that's fine too, of course. OK, thank you. See you in a bit. We're going to go to the fireside Q&A.
Please give a warm welcome to John, Abel, and Alex.
Well, Abel and Alex, first of all, thank you for taking the time to answer questions from our community. We are very thankful for this. The only thing I will tell you is that most of these are LeetCode questions. So.
Wow, it's been a while since I did live programming. Never on stage, so always a first. Yeah.
This will be great. So the first question comes from Jamie Brown, who we heard from before. Where do you want FlutterFlow to be in 5 years?
Bubble sort. Oh, sorry. No. Yeah. 5 years is a long time, especially in the way technology moves nowadays.
Yeah, I can give an answer maybe on a shorter horizon, maybe for like the next 2 years. Our goal is to be the default place to build an application. Of course, we're not there yet, but we want someone, when they go in and say, OK, I'm going to build an application, whether it's for a mom-and-pop shop or even for like a large company, we want FlutterFlow to be the default choice, the place that you would intuitively go unless you have a good reason to go somewhere else. And like I said, we have a lot of work to do. We know that we're not quite there yet, but I think we're headed in the right direction, and that's a little bit more on the 2-year kind of horizon.
Yeah. And when you look at the apps that our customers are building, I know we're making progress, and we just need to keep investing in that, listen to the community, and I think we can get there. 5 years, I would make the measuring stick what the world would look like if us or something like us is really successful, which is what we ultimately want in the end, is you'd walk around, for example, if you're at an airport, you're looking at screens. If you look at applications and screens kind of all over the world, the quality of these vary dramatically. Like, so my wife, she works at a hospital, and the last hospital she was in, all of their stuff, whether you're, regardless of your position, everybody's having to go through a lot of printed paper just to check their shift. Because it varies every 2-3 months. And in 2024, in Silicon Valley, there's printed paper for checking your shift. It could have been an app on everybody's phone. And so I think if we're successful, we've really empowered folks to build applications and build really nice experiences for their end users and customers. And I think that would be a better world, too. So one less frustrating experience is, I think, is better. So.
Great. The next question comes from Juan from Ecuador. Is there any risk for new generations if they decide to go a no-code way after that they don't learn the basics of coding? He also says that he 100% loves FlutterFlow.
I think, so I believe in human ingenuity. Ultimately, when we have tools that we can use to let us do what we want and explore freely, I think that's empowering. So although maybe you're doing things differently than you did before, even if, let's say, 5 years or 10 years from now, maybe we're doing things very differently, I don't think it's necessarily something that would be a loss as long as we can accomplish the things we want to. And I believe that as humanity, I think we can accomplish a lot. I have that point of view just in general in our trajectory. So I'm an optimist that way. So I think, yeah, I wouldn't worry about it that way in terms of what would it be like rather than what can you build and what can you do if you have tools that let you do more.
Great. The next question is, where do you see the balance of users in 5 years? More technical people building for the first time, or more experienced developers turning to FlutterFlow?
Yeah, so I think one of our goals is, of course, to democratize the ability to build applications. So as time goes on, we're going to make it easier for people to be able to come in, whether it's a small business owner or a product manager in a company, to be able to come in and build applications without necessarily being technical or knowing how to code. So I do think that there will be an increase in this user base relative to the technical folks, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be any less catered or a great experience for developers. So one analogy I like to give is like the computer. So in 1960 or 1970, there were maybe 1,000 people who used a computer, right? All of them were developers. Today, we all use computers, whether it's in our phones or laptops, and it doesn't make it any less powerful for developers. In fact, I would ask, okay, computers back then versus computers now, is it a better or worse experience for a developer? Clear answer is better, right? So FlutterFlow will be the same way. Right now, building applications, it was limited to effectively only people who were able to code. Now, as we build more and more powerful solutions, more and more people will come into the fold and be able to achieve what they want to do in terms of building their applications. But for a lot of use cases and for a lot of things with a lot of complexity or connecting to backends or intense business logic, developers will still be extremely crucial in the application development process. And I don't think that's something that's going to change for quite some time. And that's why on FlutterFlow, developers are always going to be kind of central to who we cater to as well. So I do see the balance shifting perhaps a little bit more non-technical, but we'll still be a platform where developers feel at home and are empowered to build the applications that they want to build.
They agree.
Yeah, love to hear it.
Our next question comes from Sandra from Kenya. How did your initial experience in a big tech company shape your expectations of startup life? How did it differ?
Yeah, so I can take this one, yeah. Alex and I actually worked on a different startup before FlutterFlow, and I think before that startup, we were at Google. I'd been at Google for a little over 6 years. Alex, I met him kind of in the middle of my career there. And so it was definitely different moving from that to completely on our own to when we quit and did the last startup. The fact that we're doing the second startup now definitely helped a lot because, so the first one we were working on, and I think happy maybe to go into a little bit more detail, that basically we were trying to build a recommendation. So we came out of the Google Maps team around 2019. And I spent almost, all of my career there except for just the last bit where I spent some time in an R&D lab in the hardware org. But we were trying to build a recommendation engine on top of all of the applied ML stuff that we had worked on in Google Maps. And then we ended up having to build, some of the speakers talked about earlier, experiences matter. So we ended up building an app on top of all of this stuff that we were working on. I think we joked that we had more ML models than customers. Very early days of the last startup. So we had to try to build an experience on top of it. And ultimately, that journey didn't work, and we learned a lot throughout that process in terms of kind of focusing on, the problem. Is it really solving a problem that's critical for the user? One of the kind of metaphors we learned about here is kind of thinking about, is it really an oxygen? So I'll share a metaphor that kind of a mentor shared with us. It's called the oxygen painkiller vitamin metaphor. So you can think of it as, imagine you need oxygen because maybe you're low on oxygen saturation. Now if there's a product that solves this problem for you, it doesn't matter if it's super inconvenient to use. You'll make this happen because it's it's a matter of life, right? And then there's painkillers, depending on how much of a headache you have, you may not decide to take a painkiller, et cetera. For vitamins, it's still a big market. There's a market of vitamins out there. And so I think going through that journey helped us think about problems from a customer standpoint when you're directly having to solve a problem for a customer versus working in a larger company. It makes you think about these things a lot more. So I think when we landed on FlutterFlow, or when we had the idea for FlutterFlow, we were our own customers, right? Because we'd gone through a process, we were trying to build an experience on top of stuff we had, and one of the learnings was we didn't iterate as fast as we should have. And so that's kind of how we landed on FlutterFlow, thinking, what if we could have built that Flutter app that we had, but faster? And so then we could have tried at Go several times. Speed is, I love that line that Will shared earlier. Speed is not just the end all. Speed is a tool itself. It allows you to explore the space better and create really nice experiences. And all of the apps that you see here look way better than the app that we had on our first journey. So that means that we're really solving a problem. And so I think being closer to the customer in that sense helped a lot. And of course, you have to really iterate. There's, you have to make it work, or there's no fallback, right? So it's an interesting journey in that sense.
Yeah, no choice but to move fast. Whereas, yeah, at a bigger company, sometimes that's not even a choice.
We want to go back earlier in your guys' lives. What were some of the early experiences that first got you into computers or technology?
So I can share kind of my journey because it was unusual, especially at the time and where I was. I'm born and raised in Ethiopia, so I grew up in Addis Ababa, which is the capital. And so my dad owned a small business. He had an internet cafe and sold computer hardware, accessories, and stuff. And he was a lifelong learner. He had a kind of interesting journey in his life. And so he decided to take CS classes and night classes. I was maybe in my early teens, like 12 or something like that, and didn't have a lot of access to games and stuff. It was just, everything was locked down, even though we tried to find ways around it. And so it was just like, all right, there's these books on programming, et cetera, that I found, and Turbo C++ IDE was installed. All right, I'll just see what I can do with this. And it was kind of an interesting tool, in a sense. I can make the computer do things, and it was interesting for me. So that's how I got into computer science. So I kind of fell in love with it from that perspective of seeing something happen that you want really, really quickly and in ways I can control. I thought that was very interesting. So I always wanted to be in that field, and then I ended up moving to a college here and ended up in software engineering that way, which is maybe something interesting I can share is very early on, I also had Visual Basic as an IDE, and I remember thinking, wow, this is awesome. I can build checkers now. And one of the games I built was a checkers game. I didn't use logic to line up all the circles in for the different players, which is very easy. So set it up and add the logic for playing. Maybe it wasn't efficient, but I think I did fine.
Bubble sort.
Yeah, yeah, definitely not quick sort. So, yeah, so that's probably like what got me into software engineering.
Yeah, that's really cool. So you both went through YC, Y Combinator. Tell me a little bit about what you gained from that.
Yeah, so, well, one interesting thing is that all of the material for Y Combinator is actually readily available to anyone on their website. So, startup school, all of that, information, all of the talks, lessons, you can actually go to right now on YouTube and find, which is actually, I think, an amazing thing that they provide. But of course, as everyone knows, going to university versus having kind of the materials there is like a little bit different. Like you're almost forced to watch, and self-guided is often not as like intense or like forced into your mind as actually going through the process. So there's definitely quite a lot of value there, even though all that material is like I said, readily available. I think there's a couple other things that were really beneficial, which is having access to really experienced partners who can give you guidance, feedback as well on how you're doing things and how things are going, as well as just like having a batch, like a class that you can all kind of commiserate on all the difficult things, or like what's not going right, or like oh, this worked and this didn't work, and having that like kind of that group that you can kind of lean on and learn from is also really beneficial, and as well as for raising as well. But that was a lot of yeah, I guess what I got out of it, was really nice.
Now, I think you guys had an interesting story about getting into YC, if you would care to share.
Yeah, that was a bit of a whirlwind. Yeah, so as Abel mentioned before, we were working on another completely failed startup. About 11 months in, ended up deciding to throw in the towel, and then we went through a couple weeks of soul searching, of like, okay, what do we really want to do, and I think we were both intent on maybe starting something again, but there was it was unclear what we wanted to do, Abel called me and we had a conversation about one of these ideas, of course, being FlutterFlow, and I think we were both excited about it at the time, but like a little not entirely sure. This might end up being a long-winded story. But we were both really interested in the idea, and I know Abel then called a friend of his who had thoroughly rejected our previous startup idea. And she was really, really excited about this one. So we knew that there was at least something to it, and so we thought about it a little bit more, and then decided this is actually something that we're really excited about. It would solve the exact problems that we had faced earlier, with Taste, with our previous startup. All this being said, we were able to apply late to Y Combinator before we had, absolutely anything. We didn't have a landing page. We had the idea barely kind of thought out. We're able to apply late and threw together a last-second application within
that same day or 2 days, I think.
Exactly. Yeah. Basically that same day. Now, on the other hand, and so the next day we get a message back saying, hey, okay, you guys are now scheduled to interview for Y Combinator 8 days later. So I was like, okay, now this is getting a little bit real. Okay, we have to actually throw something together in a span of a week that might impress these folks. And so, Abel, you reached out to some.
Yeah. So I think at that point we basically said, all right. So we know the idea. There's going to be. We need to build before we build anything. Now that we've learned the lesson, let's try to get some validation of this thing. So, is there any interest in this problem? So we actually researched it. There was already some attempts at kind of building a visual editor on top of Flutter, and people were very excited about it. And there was some Medium posts. People were excited about the comments, and there hadn't been, but it was never kind of fully released as a product, and there was no startup kind of really building it. So we thought, okay, wow, this seems like it's an opportunity, and then we ended up going to make a post on the Flutter Dev subreddit with a landing page saying, look, we're working on this idea. We had kind of gone through this journey ourselves, so we're building it for ourselves. What do you think? And we got overwhelming, at least based off of kind of our experience. In general, getting traction for something is hard. I think we ended up with hundreds, maybe 400, 500 signups over a day. More signups than the 11 months of, at least organically speaking, because we had spent ads and tried to get users before, and this was much more interest organically than we had experienced. And so we were let's go. We had our YC interview.
We were confident.
We were very excited.
But you still didn't have any lines of code.
No, we had
It was truly no code.
Yeah, exactly. It's a no-code platform.
And we ended up going into the interview with one of the YC partners, Jared, and I think typically these take us 8 to 10 minutes. They're rapid fire, so we've gone through this journey before where we haven't made it. And so, how it goes in 5 minutes in, because we answered all the questions. They're like, all right, okay, I think that's it. And we were like, well, 5 minutes, this, this is quick. And then we ended up getting a call saying, look, you don't have anything yet, so look, why don't you put together a prototype and let's talk in a few weeks or four weeks. And we were already, by that time, we already had users signed up. So we were already thinking of, okay, how can we quickly get something in users' hands? And so we had aligned.
Oh, yeah. We had 1 month, basically, to put together our prototype. Basically didn't sleep, no sleep November, and just worked all the way through it. And honestly, it helped push us to exactly not repeat the same mistakes that we'd made in the previous startup. Just hey, let's put the very first thing out there that we are able to provide any amount of value for our users. Turned out it didn't provide any amount of value, but it was value to us because we learned a lot from the early experience. And yeah, so we launched, had our first users on kind of 3 weeks later. Yeah, we showed them the demo and they're like, okay, all right, fine, you guys are in. And yeah, the rest is history.
That's great. That's great. All right, taking a little bit of turn here, there has been, let's say, some discussion online about low code and no code. Any thoughts?
But I know someone on this stage who has really tackled this problem really well.
Oh. And it's not me.
Yeah, so I think, honestly, that video you released really nails it. From the beginning, we were looking at it as how can we build a tool that lets us do what we want easier and still does not restrict us. So from the very first version, like the MVP we demoed 3-4 weeks in, had download code as an option. The first ever version that of FlutterFlow that a user touched had download code as an option because we always believed if you don't own the code, then you don't really own your application. And so we thought we would, that's something that's kind of core tenet of FlutterFlow. So yeah, ultimately, if you're not limited, but you can do what you want faster, we think that's really where allows you to move faster and craft experiences that otherwise, would be hard. So it was one of the early things that stuck with FlutterFlow, and is not going to change. And who knows how development is going to be very different in the future, and we still want to make sure that people have the ability to control ultimately how their application is deployed and how it works. And if you don't have control, ultimately, then you don't really own it. So own your software, own your code is one of our taglines. Yeah.
All right, we're going to get into our last question here. It's less philosophical, more practical. But tell us about something that's been super small but super useful to you guys. So this could be a VS Code. It could be a Chrome extension. It could be you wake up at 7:34 every day, and that's like the key to a good productivity.
Nice. So like a productivity hack.
Productivity hack. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, one thing that I like to do, it's a rule. I don't know who invented this rule, but I read it and it's been really beneficial. Which is, if you have really busy day, you have a lot of things, and you have something that you need to get done that takes less than 5 minutes, just do it. Just do it right there. The more you procrastinate, let it linger, the more it's going to come back to bite you later. And it's easy, get it out of the way, and really ends up freeing up your day, builds a lot of momentum towards the day, and is really beneficial for me. We have this, we apply this as well on the engineering team too. We have what's called like a 10-minute yeehaw. So I'm originally from Texas, so I got to have my y'alls and yeehaws and what have you. But yeah, so basically when something comes up in discussion in our like product development meeting, and it's like this would be really nice for users. Maybe it's like a nice user experience or like some quick thing, and it takes less than 10 minutes. We do what is called yeehawing it, and we just get it done. Somebody on whoever takes it and yeehaws has to say yeehaw, and yeah.
And maybe one thing I'd share is spaced repetition as a tool, something that I started using a few years ago. It's actually great. I saw some of the top 10 hackathon submissions. I think 2 of them used spaced repetition as part of, I think one of them was for language learning. You can combine images and text and kind of queries you. It's like basically like flashcard app type of thing, but you can use it for a variety of things. Because something that I think is empowering is if you can kind of control what you can remember to some level. And so spaced repetition is a nice way of remembering a fact for a long time by not investing too much time in it. So there's lots of kind of material on that online. Yeah, it's a pretty quick investment to be able to remember something you want for a long time. You may forget it. So I have these things where I go through like, oh wait, I forgot this one, but it's fine. It's high-ish success rate, so yeah, that's a small tip.
Well, that's great. Well, Abel and Alex, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us. This has been great. Thank you. Yeah. All right. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks.
My name is Mehul Jain, and I'm the CEO and founder of San Juniper.
It's Peter, and I'm the creator of the entertainment-driven walking app Storyteller Trail.
I am Paolo Perego, researcher and professor from Politecnico di Milano University in Italy.
Founder of App Developer Studio, based here in beautiful South Africa.
Team, say hi. Hi.
FlutterFlow's interface for building UI is very intuitive, especially as a graphic designer.
その柔軟性とパワフルな機能です。
In just 6 weeks, I was able to launch my app, only spending 1 hour every day.
We had a lot of out-of-the-box elements to select from.
I can bring my designs to life and keep their integrity throughout the project.
I've learned to design in a way that makes development as smooth as possible.
The combination of speed and custom development is what we needed to help our clients and scale our business.
I have been able to be trusted with more than 2,000 pieces up to now.
FlutterFlow allows to reduce development time by 3 up to 5 times.
I've managed to upskill myself, build an app, bring it to market, and be in a position where I can raise money.
This incredible platform has been a lifesaver, making my work faster, easier, and way more enjoyable.
Who doesn't want to be an ambassador? Come on, is that really a question?
Choose your adventure, FlutterFlow community.
And may the FlutterFlow force be with you, always.
Hi there, my name is Serge. Some of you might already know me from the community forum.
Please welcome to the stage Erica Hansen.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. How y'all doing? Woo! Hi to everyone on the live stream. Thank you for sticking with us. I know some folks are still doing a live watch party, so thanks for continuing. It's so good to be here with all of you. One of the things I love about FlutterFlow is seeing all of the amazing apps all of you build. So now we want to celebrate you and the global community of builders. So first up, we want to recognize the community champions of the year. So these folks are super active and helpful on social media and some of our public forums. And we have some of the awards up here. And so first up, I want to recognize Serge Middendorf. So this is for him. He is based in Germany, and he's really a community answering machine. He's amazing. If you've been in the community forum, you've definitely interacted with him. He is a real person. We've had the honor of meeting him when we were in Germany. So thank you so much to Serge and all of your contributions. Next up is Karol Gost. He is based in Poland, and he really helps folks resolve any FlutterFlow issues that they have. He's very active on the community forums, social media, and he's often sharing tips and tricks. So congrats to Karol. Thank you. Next up, we want to recognize Andrew Daniels. He is based in the US. You probably recognize him from our YouTube live streams. He is now at a startup and continues to help folks through FlutterFlow boot camps. He's still running live streams on design and FlutterFlow. So thank you to Andrew. Next up is Hideyuki Yamada. So I think he's here in New York today. Yes, so awesome. He is based in Japan, and he hosts a number of meetups. He's super active and helpful to folks on the community forum and on social media, and helps answer many questions about Suba-based integration. So we're very grateful for him, and it's so good that he's in New York. So thank you so much for your contributions. And last but not least, we want to recognize Muhammad Junaid. He is based in Pakistan. He's very active on the community forum, and he also was a top contributor named earlier this year. And yeah, so we really appreciate him. He does a lot of one-on-one mentorship as well. So congratulations to Muhammad. Thank you. Awesome. So thank you all. Congrats to all the community contributors. We really appreciate you. And next up, I'd like to welcome John Higgins to the stage to announce the Educators of the Year. Welcome, John.
So whenever you have a complex technology, whenever you have a complex technology, educators are critical to making the community flourish. We have amazing FlutterFlow teachers and would like to recognize 2 categories this year: Top Educator and Best New Educator. So the winners for the Educators of the Year in no particular order are James No Code and Steve Salmon from Digital Pro. James and Steve do an incredible job of guiding you through building whole applications with very complex features and flows. Congratulations, James and Steve. The winners for the New Educators of the Year are Stephen Liu and Joel Lowe. Stephen and Joel have an excellent library of tutorials covering features like notifications, payments, cloud functions, and much more. Congratulations to the Educators of the Year. We thank you so much for your contributions. Next, we'd like to welcome up Raina to present the Agency of the Year Award.
Hi everyone, I'm Raina Sabu and I lead partnerships at FlutterFlow. I'm thrilled to be here today to honor some of our top agencies with the very first FlutterFlow Agency of the Year Award. Our agencies are some of the most innovative and skilled users of our platform. Every day, they push the boundaries on what's possible with FlutterFlow, and they are critical to helping our customers realize business value with FlutterFlow. Today, we have a global network of over 45 expert-level agencies building over 1,000 apps with FlutterFlow. And we want to recognize the top 3 that stand out for their technical competence, customer impact, and client satisfaction. Please join me in congratulating the FlutterFlow Agency of the Year Award winners: Singular Agency, Flywheel Studios, and Nuclear Solutions. They're all here today, and thank you for joining us in person in New York. And let's listen from them in their own words now.
Hey there, everyone. My name is Sebastian Roman, and I'm the CEO of Singular. Since we started with FlutterFlow, our company grew from 28 people to now over 84 developers working today in Singular. And obviously we've benefited a lot of companies, starting with a wealth management fund that invested in our company so that we could build out a custom web management, wealth management portal for them. We were able to drive home big success for them. And now they are earning $2.4 million in maintenance revenue only for software services towards their.
My name's Eric Coins. I'm the founder of Flywheel Studio. We build applications for pretty much everyone that you can imagine, including enterprises, individuals, and startups. We've helped companies like SparkCharge provide e-vehicle charging and delivery for enterprises, including Uber, GM Cruise, Hertz, Zipcar, and many others. SparkCharge raised money initially from Mark Cuban on the Shark Tank. They eventually raised $41 million in a later series last year. And now their applications run on FlutterFlow across web and mobile.
Marvin from Nuclea Solutions. Today I'll talk about our software agency based in Mexico. In Nuclea, we have built for our customers the Everything Business app. It's an ERP or a system where the company concentrates all their operation and all the information in one place. I want to appreciate the effort of our FlutterFlow team. They have a great vision, and Nuclea is sure that it's the way to go for software development.
This year, I'm excited to announce the App Design of the Year. Design excellence is at the heart of the platform and is a key element to the visual building part of FlutterFlow. The competition was tough with several outstanding project submissions. However, after a thorough review by our team, one project truly stood out. I'm excited to announce that the winner of this year's App Design of the Year is Wild Sound by Calda.
One of the main problems today's society is facing, the disconnect from nature and the lack of positive impact nature has on each one of us. To get some kind of connection with nature, millions across the globe seek the therapeutic benefits of it through sound. And how do they usually do that? By listening to digital sounds mimicking nature, but those sounds have no real link to nature whatsoever. Our client, Wild Sound, aims to solve that problem by reconnecting people with the natural world through the power of sound in one packed FlutterFlow app. The app does not follow the latest UX trends, as it's designed for slow use. It's designed to put your mind at ease and prepare you for a calm meditation session. Users can browse through the natural sounds of rivers or rainforests, but to get access to them, they have to hold down a button as we utilize gesture interaction. A detail page of the sound has a custom widget with a parallax image, which moves the river image as we move the device. The app also offers horizontal focus mode by moving your phone horizontally, which puts the player widget to full screen. On play, the app utilizes an audio player, which plays the natural sounds and also offers background play. Users can also choose to download the sounds to their device directly or save them to their in-app library. Wild Sound is an app made for the people, to reconnect them with nature and put their mind at ease. And FlutterFlow made all that possible.
Awesome. As you saw, the app was built by Calda. Calda is a full-stack FlutterFlow partner agency, and they've completed over 70 projects since getting started with the platform in 2022. They also built the FFDC app that you've had the pleasure of using today, so also want to give them a round of applause for that. Thanks. And now we'll move on to App Design, or App of the Year for the B2C category.
All right. So this was very tough because we had over 50 submissions from the community for App of the Year, and the judges looked at quality, impact, and design to judge this, and it wasn't an easy decision, but without further ado, the winner of this year's App of the Year is Nat Parks by Mick Gao. And
Mikhail. I am founder of the NatParks app. So one of the first things that you notice when you launch the app is these iconic national park plots. I have a trip planner, so you can select one or multiple parks you want to visit. Say you're in California, you want to visit Yosemite, and say you have 4 days. You can tell it what type of traveler you are. I'm sort of an advanced park traveler. I like short hikes. We'll go over here, and then you hit here to create my itinerary. I have just built something that's way beyond what I expected when I first began, but I've been able to ship a product from scratch to basically, I think I'm about 13,000 installs so far. And I've really just scratched the surface of all the things that I want to do.
Awesome. Congrats to Mick. Next up, we have App of the Year B2B. This is the first time we're doing a different category for the different App of the Year. And for B2B, we have also had submissions, especially from partners and business of different sizes as well. And the winner of App of the Year B2B is Nucleus Solutions ERP platform.
The modules, finance, accountability, KYC, projects. Instead of using another ERP, we decided to use our own code, and we have our operations, our invoice, all the CRM and information about the company.
Next, I'll invite Abhishek to give the App of the Year Enterprise Award.
All right. Hi, I'm Abhishek Pathak, and I'm head of enterprise business here at FlutterFlow. You heard Cody speak earlier how building great digital experiences is hard, and it is even harder for enterprises when there is no margin for error. It has been our great privilege to collaborate with some of the leading enterprises around the globe in quest to deliver high-quality digital experiences to their customers. And I'm very excited to celebrate one such initiative today as the winner of the App of the Year for Enterprise. And the winner for App of the Year Enterprise is Axis Bank for, Axis Bank's UPI project. In case you missed it, Axis Bank is one of the largest banks in India with millions of customers. They have over 5,000 branches and over 16,000 ATMs. And of course, their mobile banking application, Open, has over 2.8 million reviews. Yes, you heard it right. They have 2.8 million reviews, and it is extremely highly rated application all across the globe when it comes to mobile banking experience. It was one of a technically challenging project to incrementally modernize their entire real-time payment experience, and the Axis Bank team did a fabulous job putting this together. So please join me in congratulating the Axis Bank development team for winning App of the Year Enterprise Award. All right. Now, let me please invite Erica on stage for AI for Good Hackathon.
Hi, everyone. I'm back. This is we're closing out the awards with the AI for Good Hackathon winners. Really excited for this. So we had a virtual hackathon in the 4 weeks leading up to FFDC. Folks were using FlutterFlow and AI to build awesome and impactful apps. It was really fun reviewing all of these. So let's get to the winners. The first category was actually audience favorite. So we had the public voting for this, and the audience favorite is Kaya. Congratulations to Kaya. They are based in the Philippines, and they created a community issues reporting app. So let's take a look at that. So basically, folks can take photos of issues in their community. In this case, Shad found a pothole. This is where AI kicks in. It looks at what's in the image and then fills out the report automatically and sends it to local authorities, and hopefully they fix it quickly, fingers crossed. So they actually built this in a weekend, and the folks on the team are Shad, Han, Jonil, and Joshua, and as I mentioned, based in the Philippines. So congrats to Team Kaya. And in addition to community voting, we also had a team of FlutterFlow judges reviewing all the projects. They were looking at technical implementation, social impact, design, and creativity. We absolutely loved reviewing all 100 plus projects. They were really amazing. Thank you to everybody who took part in the hackathon. So we had 2 runner-ups. The first one is Notes app. So this was built by Blanka Modal, based in Poland. So let's take a quick look. So basically, you can it uses AI to turn images of notes and also typed up notes, and basically turns them into flashcards and quizzes. I really wish that I had this when I was in university. That would have been helpful. So it really makes that process much more efficient. So what did we love about the app? We loved the design. It was definitely well polished, and the technical implementation was complex, but included many checks to make sure that things function well. So congrats to Notes app. And the next runner-up is Farm GPT AI farming app. So this was an AI farming app built by Pankaj Sharma from FlutterFlow Devs, based in India. So let's take a quick look at just some of the images from the app. So it helps farmers improve productivity and sustainability. So in one of the examples, farmers can upload images of diseased plants, and AI provides the diagnosis and solutions. So what we liked about the app was there was a great mission and also strong technical implementation. So congratulations to Farm GPT. And lastly, the winner of the AI for Good hackathon was Sundays, the positivity app. So let's take a look at that. This was built by Mick Gao in California. So basically, you can capture any moments. That would be a positive moment for me. I do love coffee. And based on that, it analyzes what's in the photo and will send you relevant encouragement, and it packages up some of your best memories from the month, for example. So this is all really focused on well-being. So what we liked about the app, just really tons of AI functionality, and it was really creative with all of the use cases, and it was beautifully designed. So congratulations to Sundays. Great, so congrats to all the winners of the Community Awards and the Hackathon Awards. We're really excited to see what you all build next. Thank you. And now for the closing, I'm gonna welcome back to the stage Abel, Alex, and Puff. Thank you.
Wait, why is she taking the trophy with her? I hope that doesn't mean nobody won, right? That's not true. Did you all catch that? I hope somebody won all the awards. Okay, welcome everyone. Look who I brought out here.
We just want to say thank you so much for being here, for supporting us throughout the journey. Even through the lunch break earlier, folks were coming up and showing me what they were building, and it is so awesome to see what you build. As people working on creator tools, when you see what you can create with it, it's very exciting for us. So please, for folks on the live stream too who didn't get a chance to share it, submit, share the apps with us. We love to. It inspires the team as well. So thank you. Keep building.
I love that. So everyone on the live stream, please tag one of us when you have something to share. We love seeing whatever you build. No kidding there. It's so inspiring.
Yeah.
Alex.
Such an honor to be, part of such an amazing and incredible community. So, I really appreciate everyone coming out here and all the people watching, at home, online too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's one more thing that we need, of course, from all of you. Sorry, you can't clap. Go for it. Now, if you've been watching the live stream and you've been with us for the entire day, then like kudos to you. But I also know that you might have missed something, and that includes for everyone here, because you might have been chatting to somebody. All of the content for today has been recorded and will be published on our YouTube channel, which also means that you can slow those really fast speakers down a bit if needed, okay? So it should be happening in the next week or so, okay? Does that sound good? Okay,
yeah,
folks, anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you. Thanks for an awesome FFDC. See you next year. Yeah.